fourth yesterday. But they did get him off schedule a little bit.
Yeah.
They did get him off the field, which was the most important thing. Does he get a head coaching job? I think, unfortunately, offense is what most teams are trying to hire. And I think if you're hiring a defensive coach, I think the Ravens defensive coordinator, Mike Macdonald's got a pretty good case to be a DC. I actually would be curious, Brian Flores, former head coach, had success with Miami, very creative defense. He would be a guy I think will get a look. It's always possible the Lions lose not one but both coordinators. And look at Philadelphia. That's not going to be easy to replace. So take advantage of this season while you got them both.
And if you're talking about defensive-minded coaches, you've got a couple of that I think are going to find landing spots already, and that is Belichick and Vrabel.
Well, and then there's always Harbaugh. So the report today, and we're not going to do a whole bit on this, Adam Schefter, Harbaugh will interview with the Chargers. This will be the third offseason in a row that he has taken NFL inquiries. Still undecided, says nothing imminent, according to Adam Schefter. Mm-hmm. All right, Lions fans, you know the drill. We'll keep talking to you guys. 97.1. One more Stony Roar.
Uh-huh.
And playoff week continues. It's not over. Another home playoff game next weekend, Sunday, 3 o'clock. Opponent TBD. It's either the Bucks or the Eagles. We don't care which. Bring them both on. Lions will be favored. Lions should beat both. I would prefer that doofus with the pencil in his ear. I would love to see Patricia put his head on a spike too. Go through Stafford, go through Patricia, keep it rolling.
Yeah, I mean, you can't do Jim Schwartz anymore because the Browns are out. That would have been a Super Bowl matchup. But, hey, we'll slay all the dragons we can as long as we can.
The game itself, on the brink. Stafford's got the ball. They're past midfield. A field goal gives them the lead. John, I'm pacing. I can't sit still. I'm pacing. I'm not saying much. I'm just pacing. And on the brink, the game is on the brink, right? The same old Lions give up a touchdown or a field goal to Matthew Stafford, and we are spending all day today wallowing and complaining and the acronym and blah, 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 blah. The same old Lions don't run the ball and run the clock out and make the statement at the end of the game the way the Lions did.
Yeah,
nothing same old about what happened. I think that's dead right now. We can bury it if you'd like, but I mean that is not what the same old Lions look like.
No, the Lions, previous iterations of the Detroit Lions would have got the ball back with 4:07 and a point lead, and somehow coughed up the ball, turned it over,
holding penalty,
punted it away, and then Matthew Stafford comes down and they hit a field goal with no time left on the clock to win it. That's how that script would have gone before 2023 and now the 24 playoffs.
Gov's not in today, but I'm sure that's the way his brain works, right? He just, in the moment, comes up with all the ways that it could be the most painful outcome possible. And there were several of those on the table at the end of the game, but not this time. No. Not this team. They're different. And we've been saying it all year, but what better way to prove you're different than against your old quarterback in prime time, the way they did it? I just want to hear from more Lions fans. This is what we've been waiting for. Let's go to Keith. You're on 97.1.
Okay, happy MLK Day, guys.
Yeah, you too.
You too.
So I'm one of the fortunate few that actually got to see the last playoff win. I was with my father-in-law, my brother-in-law, and I'll tell you what, left that place with my ears ringing. I can only imagine everybody walking out of Ford Field last night doing the same thing, their ears ringing, but with a big old smile on our face. And a couple of things that I really noticed, and Collinsworth brought it up, that Amon-Ra, oh my God, what a performance that guy. He was catching angry. I mean, some of those catches, it's like he was not going to be denied, period. End of story. And it was befitting that the last clutch catch of that game was to Amon-Ra. I mean, the man he should be in the freaking Pro Bowl.
Well, he's an all-pro, which is, I think, more important anyway. And he did get recognized. Keith, I love it. Did you coin catching angry, or was that the broadcast? I want to give you credit.
No, that was the broadcast.
No, it's you, Keith.
But it was definitely catching. I mean, I started watching it, and it's just like he caught the ball and just like ripping it away and spinning away, and he was angry. You could tell he was just like, oh, it was sweet. And the big thing was, the game was won as a team because everybody that needed to step up at an opportune time did. That was a total team effort. And I tell you what, Dan Gamble, he didn't gamble too much, and that was, I think, the key to the win is he didn't go off on his I'm going to be crazy or whatever. I mean,
Keith,
I give him all the accolades for hitting that or letting the Money Badger kick that 54.
Well, again, that was
incredible.
It was a 4th and 17. I don't know that he had much choice, but Keith, would you say
he could have punted?
He could. No, Keith, you're right.
He wasn't going to go for it.
Keith, you're right. But would you say he used controlled fury?
that was definitely controlled fury.
Exactly.
And you could tell he was just excited for his guys on the sideline than the guys on the field. That was one of the best games I've seen in a long time. In energy and just overall atmosphere. It was fantastic.
Yeah, I don't think Campbell made a bad call in the game. And sometimes when you take risks, you open yourself up to being the guy who makes the bad call. The fourth down from a yard out, you knew they were going for it all day. And then Goff actually delivers a clutch throw to Laporta, gets him up 21 points. Not with 21-point lead, but gets him 21 points for the game. John, he brought up Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I just started thinking about the big catches he made. He had the one to ice the game. He had one on, it was like a 3rd and 15 or 16, right? It was an out-breaking route, and Goff hit him right on the money for a first down. He also had one that was a contested 3rd down that was, he got hit as he caught it. I mean, he was incredible in that game. He didn't score a touchdown, but he was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about, I mentioned Jared Goff and his leadership. I mentioned Alex Anzalone's leadership. Amon-Ra St. Brown's right along with him. In a guy that has been motivated and it's been well documented. His draft pick, the fact that he was snubbed for the Pro Bowl this year, he goes out there and plays that way every single time. Like he's got this gigantic chip on his shoulder, which he does, and it carries over. That mentality, that attitude of not waiting for a play to come to him, he goes and creates opportunities. He goes out there and rips the ball away, and then when he gets it, he's looking on how can I gain more yardage? How can I spin? How can I cut? How can I juke? How can I get more yardage after the catch?
Exactly what this team needed. He is as big a part of their mentality as Penei Sewell and some of these other critical pieces that Brad Holmes brought here. Let's get to Dave. Dave, you're next up. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Happy Monday.
Yeah, you too.
Happy Victory Monday.
Touch on a couple items really quick.
Yeah.
The first, people venting about Stafford possibly throwing shade at the fans of Detroit. Like, the guy just played in a playoff game. He possibly was concussed. I mean, he was on the ground not looking very good. He might not have been in the right frame of mind, and that's why he may have just, slipped up. And from what I read online today, too, it said that they didn't allow the press a follow-up question in regards to the fans.
Dave, I defended this guy a lot when he was here and when he left. It wasn't a perceived slight. It was a slight. We'll play the audio for people here, and they can be the judge, but it was definitely a slight. He was asked about the city, and he deflected and said it's about, he's happy for the players. The players who just beat him in that same game where you would argue the competitive juice would have, caused him maybe to not want to say it. And as far as was he concussed or not, he did come back in the game. I have to assume they did the tests and he did not have a concussion. He's responsible for what he says after the game.
And he recognized and understood going into it. He mentioned it last week. I'm the enemy coming in. They're going to boo me. It wasn't a surprise to him how the fans treated him or didn't treat him, in regards to him taking the field in his number 9 Rams jersey.
Greg, can we play it? We've referenced it. We should play it again for people. Matthew Stafford, the little exchange after the game, the bitter comment. Specifically asked about the city.
Yeah, how do you feel about the city of Detroit?
Intentionally. And this is what bothers me. He said it without saying it, right? He was asked about the city. In other words, are you happy for the city? What do you think of the city? You played here for a dozen years. You claim to, still have a lot of love for the city. Here's your chance on easy softball to go, hey, I'm a competitor. I wanted to win. Hell, at one point, I wanted to be the guy that delivered it for the city. I'm happy they finally got it. I'm not happy it was because I lost. Yeah. But he could have shown a little bit of humility, and instead it reeked of bitterness and sore loser energy and a little bit of envy, to be honest. He was asked straight up about the city, and by not saying he was happy for the city, he was saying, I'm not happy for the city.
Well, he was asked, how do you feel about the city of Detroit? Not about the players. If he had been asked about the players and then answered about the city of Detroit, it would have seemed awkward as well. And maybe it's just an awkward exchange. Maybe that's what we're picking up on it. But it was very intentional that he didn't mention the city of Detroit at that moment.
and there's video, you can't see it, this is radio, but if you see the clip, he kind of does a little like maybe I should say more and doesn't. And then it is cut off by the PR person, but he's a grown-up. If he wanted to clarify his comments, he could, he would. He intentionally did not want to show love to the city of Detroit last night.
And this is not only an organization, but a city that embraced him and continued to embrace him when he was no longer here. And the Detroit Rams thing, I didn't like it, but Detroit was out of it. You pick players and other teams that you're rooting for as the NFL playoffs continue, and a lot of people here, because of what Matthew Stafford meant to the city, supported him in his quest for a Super Bowl. And when he asked for a trade, right, it wasn't like the Lions. They didn't treat him like the Rams treated Goff. They said, okay, we'll find a suitable place for you to go. And it just so happened that he was with Sean McVay in Cabo.
Oh, they did.
And they got the 2 first-round picks. They got Jared Goff, but there were other rumored. And
is this the Stoney Carolina Panthers thing?
Yeah, I mean, there was a rumored to be a Carolina Panthers trade. Now, if he had gone to Carolina, how does that turn out? That's been a dumpster fire. Maybe it turns out a little bit different if Stafford's there's a better quarterback than they've had, but it's not the same organization. It's not the same talent level that he was inserted in L.A.
We're up against it. I have a few more thoughts on it, but we do need to give Goff his due as well. The Goff conversation is next, 97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us now, and you could lose 20 pounds in just 30 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 pounds, 100 pounds, or anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days, and I've lost 60 pounds overall, and I got that done by eating real whole food. It's not shakes, it's not bars. That's why it's easy to stick with, because you don't have to stay on some program for the rest of your life. They teach you how to eat real whole food and how it affects your body. And who does that? You get a weight loss coach. They're going to work with you every step of the way, and they're going to help you lose that weight. They're going to help you keep it off. Go to idealu.us right now and sign up for a free body composition analysis. That's $150 value free, and you can find out your visceral fat percentage, water weight percentage, and so much more. Best of all, find out how easy it is to lose weight fast. Picture yourself 20 or 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Now's the time to make it happen. Go to idealu.us right now. That's idealu.us.
And if you haven't heard, the jersey swap has been posted.
It's Matthew Stafford. Asked about the city, said happy for the players. He also said, on the subject of booing, it's a playoff game. I'm not worried about anyone in the stands' personal feelings towards me. Mm-hmm. And he said this week he knew he was the bad guy. Maybe he didn't expect that thunderous amount of boos. But after the game, he said he's not worried about anybody in the stands' personal feelings towards him. Yet, when asked about those fans, he opted out. Said the players, he's happy for the players on the other side, the ones who eliminated him from the playoffs, but not the fans.
We just competed against for 60 minutes.
So, I don't know. I mean, some people think we're making too big a deal of this. I just said it was a lame, bitter, sour grapes response. That doesn't mean he's a bad person, but the number of people trying to jump through hoops to defend him, he was concussed. The PR team cut him off. He got booed. No, he was a bitter, sore loser and gave a lame-ass response after the game. That's it. And then we can move on.
Yeah, and we will. And here's the thing. We woke up on Victory Monday with a team that just won and slayed a dragon, and that was Matthew Stafford coming to Ford Field, and all of the irony in that, to now waking up knowing that you're going to host a second playoff game at Ford Field. And we'll find out tonight who that's going to be against. Is it going to be Tampa Bay? Is it going to be Philly? We've already slayed that dragon in Tampa Bay. I don't care who it is, but I would love for it to be the Philadelphia Eagles.
Me too. I'm right there with you. And I know that some people may have wanted Dallas, but this gives you another home playoff game.
Yeah.
And now, sure, bring on Patricia. Bring in another special guest on this episode of Lions Past. This week, maybe Matt Patricia. We find out tonight. Okay, we need to have a golf conversation. In fact, you were the first one to bring it up to me today. You said, Jim, come on. Give him his due. Come on.
You're a golf hater. So I want to know how you're going to tiptoe around this one. The fact that not only was he the quarterback that orchestrated a 12-5 regular season, 12 wins, as well as the North Division Championship. You probably saw the banner.
I did, John.
And then all of a sudden, you have a home playoff victory, and you're now going to host a second home playoff game, which you will be favored.
And should win.
If things go as orchestrated and planned, you are going to be playing in an NFC Championship game.
See,
now, if Green Bay can just do their job, And I do think that maybe the one member of the afternoon show should be a little bit worried that Green Bay might go and kick on his frontrunner, San Francisco 49ers team. You could host an NFC title game here in Detroit.
A lot to process. Let's just start with last night.
Okay,
and
sorry, I put a lot on you there.
That's all right. And with Jared Goff, I could tie myself into a pretzel and try to walk back stuff. The reality is, I thought this team would win the division. I thought this team would win a playoff game. They have done what I thought they would do with Jared Goff, but I have to give him credit. Have to. John, he only threw one touchdown, and it'd be low-hanging fruit for me to point out that he has not thrown 2 touchdowns in any playoff game in his entire career. I think it'd be underscoring the way he played. They got off to a hot start because of him. They had a critical 4th down to keep up in a shootout, and he delivered. 4th and goal, touchdown, Sam Laporta. Initial read's not there, right? Not spoon-fed. Got to make something happen out of structure. Got to find somebody, and he did. And then late in the game with no run game, they trusted him, and he delivered on several throws down the field to pick up the first downs, plural, to ice the game. He played great. Now, your favorite phrase is let it play out, and I do think the way he plays in these future postseason games should be weighed as well, right? I mean, what he does deeper in the postseason will be a bigger indicator as to the caliber of quarterback he is. I feel like any fighting an extension, I feel like I have to lay down my sword. I feel like it's a losing argument. They are going to extend him. My question will be, how comfortable will you be with it? And his play will help. How much is he going to get paid? His play will dictate that. And we go from there. If they pay him, I should say, when they pay him, it's going to be on Brad Holmes to keep up the roster. And there is nobody you would trust more than Brad Holmes to fill in the gaps of guys that you eventually can't keep because the guy's drafted like a wizard.
Yeah, and how many times have we seen, the easiest recipe is you have a rookie quarterback or at least a quarterback on a rookie deal.
Yep. It's kind of a cheat code.
And you put all this talent around him. You're paying the talent, not the quarterback. And then all of a sudden it flips because then you got to pay the quarterback and maybe you don't have as much to pay the talent. Well, if you can't pay veteran talent, then you've got to be able to draft. Well, Philly last year, only one guy on their offense, a very productive offense, A.J. Brown, was brought in via free agency. Everybody else was built through the draft. We've always wanted to build a team through the draft. Now we have a guy that is doing that. 23 picks since Brad Holmes has been selecting for the Detroit Lions. All 23 of them are a part of this organization still. Now, some on practice squad, some are injured, but you've got major contributors. Just think about that first draft. Penei Sewell, Amon-Ra St. Brown. You got two cornerstone pieces for this Lions organization that they've been able to build around, build with, and now look at where we are.
Where are you at with Goff? Like, if he goes out and, because again, they played with a lead the whole way. They didn't trail. He wasn't asked to dig him out of a hole. The offense did sputter in the second half. If he struggles in the next playoff game or in an NFC title game, and you go, he's good but not Super Bowl good, where are you at with an extension?
We know he's Super Bowl good. We don't know if he's Super Bowl championship
win a
good.
Super Bowl,
Yeah.
yes. So where are you at with the extension? I'll give a little ground, but are you all the way in? You got to sign him right now? Or, John, most famously, do you have to let it play out?
We've let it play out. I was going to sign him, this past offseason to a 3-year extension and then let that play out. But when you think about what he's done since he's been here, and, you mentioned it, we never trailed, never this, never that. And I know he didn't play well in that first matchup with Chicago, but when he had to have it with 3 minutes left, 2 possessions, goes down and wins a game.
Yep.
Now, he's the one that put him in jeopardy.
Correct.
But he was able to correct it early on in the season. And here's what I like about Jared Goff is his ability to overcome some things. Now, against Green Bay here at Ford Field, wasn't able to overcome it. In Chicago, wasn't able to overcome it. But those are some of his deficiencies at that time. You're talking about 3 games where he had a slump over the past 25. And now all of a sudden you go back to the beginning of the season and an interception against Green Bay. What does he do? They respond with a touchdown. Every time they had an interception early on in the season, they responded with a touchdown drive. That to me is a guy that is a veteran presence who nothing's going to rattle him, nothing's going to shake him, and when called upon in the most critical of moments can make something happen.
248-539-9797. A lot of talk about Stafford and leading up to the game and a little bit after the game. We want to talk about Jared Goff. Call in and talk about your quarterback and the performance he had. Anything left to prove? It's 97.1.
Brought to you by North Bloomfield Properties. The Lions are moving on in the NFL playoffs, having eliminated Matt Stafford and the Rams, and it wasn't their usually potent offense that got the job done. Detroit's much-maligned defense kept the Rams out of the end zone on all 3 of their red zone opportunities and held LA to just 6 second-half points. Lions fans treated Matt Stafford to a thunderous cascade of boos in his return to Ford Field. He says it didn't get to him. I'm not so sure about that, especially given this. Up next for the Lions, they'll host the winner of tonight's Bucs-Eagles game on Sunday at 3 p.m. That'll be the first time in the Lions' 90-year history that they host multiple playoff games in the same postseason. Red Wings are back in the playoff field after winning in Toronto last night 4-2. They now claim the number 1 wildcard spot in the Eastern Conference. And you can hear the Pistons play the Wizards in an MLK Day matinee right here on 97.1 The Ticket, coverage starting at 2:30. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Some ticket text coming in, then we'll get back to the phones. Texter says, we all know Jared Goff is really good when he's not under pressure, but man, is he the most unathletic quarterback in the whole league. Texter says, he's just so Gumby. Makes Tom Brady look like a ballerina. He did trip over his own feet on a third down in the game, I believe.
Yeah. And the fumble where he tried to
what was that?
Get rid of the football. Like, he's not a guy under wraps that you want trying to make plays. He is not going to do a Patrick Mahomes, not going to do even a Dak Prescott. Like, that's not his game. He just needs to eat it at that time and go down, live to play another down. Now, they were able to overcome. What was it, 2nd and 35? 2nd and 25?
Yeah, they did a screen to Gibbs, and then he had a big throw to St. Brown.
Yeah.
He answered.
So he was able to make up for his mistake. It's just what I just talked about is you don't get rattled. I mean, this is an opportunity, a home playoff game at Ford Field. He's playing against his former team. There's a lot of different things that could have gotten Jared Goff's head, but he never got rattled. He played solid throughout the entirety of that game. Just make a better decision there.
To the phones. We've got Sam next up. Sam, you're on 97.1.
What's up, guys? What a way to start the week off with the Lions winning a playoff game. But we call Jared Goff the controller. He controlled that game, even though he tripped on his feet, almost let go of a fumble, but so did Stafford. Stafford tripped on his own feet,
Yep.
Lost 15 yards also. So it shows you something. It was the turf that probably did it to them. So no matter what, but Goff controlled that game and just wanted to stick it to McVay, and he did, which was a great thing for a Lions fan right now. We actually got a win in the playoffs, which Matthew Stafford never did for us.
Yeah, and I think it was
That's
a real.
how I look at it.
It was a big statement. It was a statement for Goff to the team that discarded him. Sam, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, did you see Brad Holmes at the end of the game?
Oh, yeah.
In the elevator?
Did you guys see in the elevator, not just the elevator, in the locker room and everything? That's the type of emotion that you want with this team. That's the type of GM that we have right now. That's the type of coach we have, and that goes to our QB and the rest of the team.
We have the audio. We should play it this hour. It's Campbell, it's Holmes, it's Goff, it's in the locker room. It's a lot of emotion.
But you want to talk about the emotion. You go back to Kansas City. It was Brad Holmes and the way he reacted to the fans that showed up at Arrowhead. It was the same thing in Green Bay in week 3. It was the fans that showed up week 4 in Arrowhead on Thursday night to be able to celebrate with them after a big win. And the monumental task that he was faced with 3 years ago to rebuild this roster, he has every right to celebrate.
Well, and that's the other thing. I think it was, Goff proved his old team wrong in some ways. I mean, I think they're still happy that they won a Super Bowl.
Oh, sure.
But I think it really was about the Lions proving stuff, because so many of those teams with Matthew Stafford, we could say, oh, they don't run the ball well enough. They don't protect well enough. Most of those teams didn't play defense. The real test was, okay, have you really grown up? Have you really improved? Are you really the team we think you are? And the answer was yes. They proved to themselves, their fans, things are different. Because for years, they made the playoffs, didn't win anything. And it was because of their deficiencies at different positions on the roster. John, they have very few deficiencies right now. They're a very complete football team. They're not perfect, but they're a much more complete team than they are today, or they are more complete today than they were at any point in the Stafford era. And that's a testament to the job that Brad Holmes has done, that Dan Campbell's done, that they have grown up as an organization.
Yeah, and obviously Ben Johnson on offense, Aaron Glenn on defense, and the fact that Aaron Glenn, so Dan has always held the offense to a much higher standard because he has more talent offensively. Defensively, in regards to Aaron Glenn and the talent that they have there, some of it's been smoke and mirrors. Others been, guys stepping up at different times, but it's adjusting to the talent that you have on the roster. Are they a complete defense? Absolutely not. Really good at stopping the run, suspect in stopping the pass.
But they've made compromises with themselves. They haven't,
but
they know who they are, and they've accepted that, and the workaround is you're going to blitz more.
And they've accepted the fact that they do have some deficiencies, and they are a team that between the 20s, we saw it last night. Matthew Stafford, very good at moving the ball in between the 20s. You get down in the red zone, the Rams last night, 0 for 3 in red zone trips.
Take a texter. This is great. Just like I always said, when the Lions finally get a playoff win, Matthew Stafford will be on the field.
He was.
He was there. He played a role. Let's go to Dominic. Dominic, you're on 97.1.
How's it going, guys? Big fan of the show. I'm sure you woke up with the same amount of energy everybody else did. I would just like to touch on Jared Goff and his revenge game more than a Stafford coming home game.
Mm-hmm.
Me and my friend said this was a legacy game for Hutch as well as Goff, and the way Goff stood in there, didn't turn the ball over, and offensively, the way we ran that ball down their throat the whole first half was just so joyful.
I don't think we've talked enough about Hutchinson. You're right. He had 2 sacks.
Yeah.
I know one of them is the one that Stafford fell backwards on his own ass.
Still counts.
But it still counts. And you know what? He didn't get credit for a sack on the play that they held at the end of the game where he took him out of field goal range. So, yeah, he had a big day.
Very big, very big. He's played awesome the last couple of weeks, and to do it against the number 1 offensive football when all 4 of those skill players play was awesome.
It was a huge day for a lot of people. And for Hutch to have the game that he had, we know what it means for him and what it means for the fan base here, a guy that grew up here, now in his second year, being able to produce for Goff, and the fact that and his path and road to being in Detroit. Everybody's got the story, right? And to be able to come away with the win, all of those stories are ones that we're celebrating right now.
Let's get to Jamie in Middleville. Jamie, good to hear from you this morning. You're on 97.1.
Jim, John, happy Victory Monday.
You too.
It's a good day. It's a great month to be a sports fan, especially if you're a fan of the Wolverines. But I have to talk about Jared Goff's performance. Without his start, they don't cash in on three out of 3 drives in the beginning of the game. He was pretty poised. It was a laser focus that he showed. I think at one point he was 10 for 10. It didn't look like he was going to miss much, and he didn't really. He had a couple of nervy moments in the second half where he tried to escape getting hit and tried to dump off to Brock Wright, which thankfully Wright jumped on right away and didn't end up in a turnover. You expect him to step up the pocket a little bit better. He took a stack tripping over his own feet, but overall he played well enough to get the win, and they did. And I do want to talk about Brad Holmes in the last 3 years he's been around for drafting. I mean, he just hasn't missed much. I've looked at the list this morning, and there are just a few guys, and they're mostly 7th-round picks, 6th-round picks that didn't work out. The cornerstone of this team has been drafted within the last 3 drafts, and it shows up in such a huge way on the field. This is a young group of guys that have cashed in a bunch of experience specifically the last 2 years. And to get a win this early in a rebuild at a playoff game, this early in a rebuild against a really hot Rams team, and being fortunate to host another one next week, this is amazing for the future of the franchise. But living in the now right now, they have a legitimate shot of not just making the NFC Championship game, but there is talent there to maybe push on to a February date in the Super Bowl. I don't want to get too ahead of myself, but they bend, don't break. I think short field really, really benefits that team. And you guys are right. Aiden, I don't know what it is with Aiden Hutchinson, but with the game on the line, there isn't anyone else on that defense I trust to make the play more than him. And he shows it pretty much week in and week out. He's a big time player in big moments. And we got a couple of those guys, and it's amazing to see it finally coming to fruition as a fan of this team for 36 years of my existence.
Jamie, who do you want to see next?
I don't care. I really don't. I'd like to see the Bucs because I think, we've already had that matchup. I think Philly's in an absolute tailspin. And coming to Detroit in that environment, and if A.J. Brown doesn't come back, they're pretty limited. And you got another story there with Detroit cast off DeAndre Swift. I think there's a lot of guys that maybe want to have a crack at him. But, I could go either way on it. If we get Philly, we get a pretty weak inside. If we get the Bucs, we get a team that's a little limited, and one that I thought we played very well against on the road earlier this year.
And Goff, actually, people might not bring this game up. I thought that was one of the better Goff games this year, is when they went down to Tampa.
Ground game evaporated because of injury.
Yep.
And he went out there and
he was the ground game. Not that he ran, but the short passes that he used to keep the sticks moving.
Something never said about Jared Goff.
Jared Goff was the ground game, kind of. But he needed to step up on the road in that game. They ended up winning by 2 scores, but he was a big reason they salted it away and didn't really give the Bucs a chance late. Yeah, I know the Bucs will blitz. They'll stop the run. On paper, they could be problematic. The Lions should beat them, and they should beat Philadelphia, and they should be going to the NFC title game. This is incredible.
Wait.
This is incredible.
Say that again.
They should be going to the NFC title game. And whatever you think of San Francisco, they're the better team. At least you're in the game, and you got a puncher's chance.
Yeah, you're in the Final Four.
You're a win away from the. You're a win away from the
Super Bowl.
But you got to win this next week, and they are set up to do that. Set up to go on a run. What did Penei Sewell say? Knocking that door down.
Mm-hmm.
They're not here for one. They're here to knock that door down. It's 97-1. feel like I've said that was the play of the game about like 5 different plays. But, John, that was the play of the game, and it happened in the first half, but it's a 4th down where they got a touchdown, didn't settle for a field goal. The Rams settled for too many field goals, didn't capitalize on the red zone, and it was Goff in a gotta-have-it throw in a game against his old team. That play might be the play in that game. Or it's the Badgley kick, or
it's any pick anyone in the 4-minute offense.
Yeah.
Like, to be able to
St. Brown
salt things away when it's 2nd and 9 and you find St. Brown for 11 yards and you get to the 2-minute warning. And I mean, it just like all of those moments, previous iterations of the Detroit Lions. Okay, we may have jump out to a real fast lead, but then you can't do anything. You salt it away, you miss a field goal, and then all of a sudden a team that you think you should be, you played better than for a majority of the game, you give them an opportunity at the end of the game to be in it. The Lions slammed the door shut with 4 minutes left to go in the game. They slammed the door shut.
The end of that game, dramatic, a little agonizing, pacing around. At least I was pacing around. Maybe some of you guys were pacing at the end of that game. The Rams end up with the ball at the Detroit 34 on a 3rd down. Kind of a long field goal, but a chance to take the lead. They snap the ball on 3rd down, holding. Hutchinson wins his battle, forces the holding call. Now you're out of field goal range. Now they got to punt the ball. Now you get a chance to end the game. And why do the Rams start sweating? Because they don't have all their timeouts. And why don't they have all their timeouts? Because of you. Because of the fans. Because the fans drove that team to burn 2 timeouts before the end. John, if they have all 3 timeouts plus the 2-minute warning, the Lions need more than 2 first downs. And the pressure, I'm not saying they couldn't handle it, but the pressure would have been even greater. The fans lightened the load for the team, and the team delivered for the fans. I mean, that was incredible. 248-539-9797.
And that's a terrible way to lose. Punting the ball and not getting it back.
Yep.
Of all the ways we talk about bad ways of losing, that's a bad way.
Yeah.
That is like going back to Michigan in the Rose Bowl. That's why I said that 4th and 2 in their own territory was no decision, because I'm not punting this ball and not getting it back to end the game.
Can we play? We brought it up. Can we play the audio of Campbell in the locker room after the game, and then he does the 2 game balls, one to Brad Holmes, and then the second one to Jared Goff. John?
I love it. Absolutely love it.
How about Dan Campbell? You're good enough for Detroit. And you know that has such a deep meaning. Oh, you weren't good enough for L.A. Well, you're more than good enough for Detroit. How they feel about that now? And to be clear, they won a Super Bowl. They're
fine.
Satisfied with the deal. But it's backing his guy who stepped up in a big spot and delivered for his team.
Well, this is the first time for the Detroit Lions that they're in the postseason in 30 years to be able to do something that they haven't done in more than 30 years. It's win a playoff game at home, and now Jared Goff has put them in position not only to be NFC North champs, which they've never done before, to host a playoff game at home, but now to host 2 playoff games at home. And we never thought that Green Bay would go into Dallas and manhandle them that way. Them doing that earned the Detroit Lions a home playoff game. Who's to say that Green Bay doesn't go to San Francisco, do the same thing, and then we're hosting an NFC North NFC Championship game between the Green Bay Packers and the Detroit Lions in a couple of weeks? Like, it's not out of the realm of possibility.
I wouldn't say it's
not likely.
But it is possible. And what goes around comes around. Detroit, what the league did, what the officials did in Dallas was wrong. What goes around comes around. Detroit gets their second home playoff game. Now, if they get a third, be incredible. 248-539-9797 already is incredible, if we're honest. I mean, the Lions confronted their history, and they emerged victorious. A different franchise, a different organization. And in so many ways, that was so satisfying. John, you were at the game. You were down in the stands. Taking that in. I'm at the game. I'm pacing around. To be there among that crowd.
It's amazing. What an unbelievable environment and feeling.
Unbridled joy. Like joy in human form. That was that game. I mean, the fan base was brought to the brink. And they got to experience that joy that they have been waiting 30 plus years to experience. It was special, and whether you were there or not, I know it was a special night for Lions fans. So let's check back in with people. Maury in Windsor, you're on 97.1.
Hi. Hey, guys. Thanks so much for leading the celebration. It's wonderful. I got here in 1970 just in time to watch Tom Dempsey kick a 63-yard field goal, and that was the beginning of a lot of misery. And so it's a joy and an excitement to have these guys do what they did. I have 2 comments. One is, a small way of knowing how this organization has changed is to watch last Minnesota game and how they fed Josh Reynolds $250,000 and tried to get him another $250,000 by trying to get him in the end zone. That was loyalty to Reynolds, and Reynolds comes back in the first playoff game and does an outstanding job. So that's the kind of organization we've got now. The second comment I want to make is about Stafford. Absolutely, he was bitter. Absolutely, he shouldn't have done what he did. But I think we should cut him slack. I think that guy gave his heart out for this city. He played 12 years, got the crap beat out of him every time, and never once pointed a finger at anybody, not his teammates, not the administration, not the city, and did some great work for the city. So, give him one pass is my opinion.
I don't think we said he was a bad person.
No, and that pass can come in the coming weeks. But right now, when you're asked, how do you feel about the city of Detroit? Maybe it wasn't a fair question at that time. But he says, well, I'm happy for the players. Like, you completely ignore the question that was asked.
Because he didn't want to answer it. Because in not answering it, he did answer it. How do you feel about the city? I'm happy for the players. What was omitted? He didn't say he was happy for the city, because if he was happy for the city, he would have said so. In that moment, raw after the game, use whatever excuse you want, it came across as sour grapes, sore loser, bitter Stafford. And you know what? Maybe you take even more pride in it as a Lions fan that you did it to him.
On the flip side, Sean McVay was asked about Jared Goff and Jared Goff's performance. And this is what Sean McVay had to say.
All class.
I would have expected those answers to be flipped.
Yeah, he would have thought McVay would have been a little bitter, and well, we didn't think he was any good anyway. And Stafford would have been the one to say, hey, I'm a competitor. I hate that I lost, but yeah, I can appreciate what this means for the city of Detroit. I know firsthand how much this city wanted this.
Yeah, doesn't make me like McVay anymore. Still don't like the guy. And the first thing I did when I got home was go back and watch the last 4 minutes because I wanted to see.
No, you didn't.
I wanted to see the finish of the game, and I wanted to watch a couple of things football wise. But then I got great pleasure when it was you start off a little bit wide and you kind of slowly zoom in to Sean McVay, and he was stoic, and you just knew at that point, right? The Lions were in victory formation. That I was most happy for Jared Goff. The way that things ended there was not great. I was happy for him to get that win against his former team, against the coach that disparaged him. He's taking back some of those remarks, but at that time, it's still there. And just to have that moment, that scene, I loved it. Absolutely loved it.
Party continues. We got another half hour. Then Doug Karsh is going to take over. The party continues. Lions win. Lions win a playoff game. It's 97-1. 97.1. What do you think we're talking about today? All Lions, all feel good, all the time. Stoney's back tomorrow. MLK Day today. He's got the day off. He also was up late last night on the post-game show talking to Lions fans. And
he could be in a bind tomorrow too.
If the Eagles
the rest
win.
of the week.
Now, Stoney claims that he's not a Philly fan anymore and he's Detroit first and he'll root for the Lions. What do you mean he's going to be in a bind?
This is the ultimate Lions win, but Eagles cover. I don't think I've – obviously, there's no line out because we don't know what the matchup's going to be.
I would guess 2.5 or 3.
All right, yeah.
And Stoney will take the points, but the Lions
win,
to win.
Eagles cover.
Of course he will. Mm-hmm. He'll be back tomorrow. Let's hear from more fans. Let's get to Tom and Wyandotte. Tom, what's up?
Hi, morning.
Good morning.
I tell you guys, I really don't know how to put all this in words. I'm 67, I guess, and just to watch these demons leave us is something, because I go back to going to Tiger Stadium with my dad and watching these guys have been my team. I remember watching Alex Karras pick up a fumble one time about the 35 or so, and to put the Lions in that picture, he runs out of gas at the 5-yard line and falls down with nobody around him. And it's great. And to think if things go right, we could get the Packers here and exercise that demon too again.
Oh,
it's just going to be. It's just great.
I mean, the Packers have been
witnessing the Lions do this after you've seen the Wings and Pistons and the Tigers, and there's that. Thank you, Martha, for finally doing it.
Well, I would say Sheila more than Martha.
Yeah.
But Martha started it, and I really don't know how to put this in words. I don't know what to do.
Well, I'd like to thank Martha for handing it off to Sheila. And maybe she set the table. I don't know. But
sure.
Sheila has absolutely taken it and run with it. The patience that she showed, 3-13-1, 1-6, to support Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, when things weren't going well. And now all of a sudden, everybody talks about a culture shift. Mm-hmm. And I don't know that. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find a more dramatic culture shift of 60 years of ineptness, in large part, and then all of a sudden, Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, doing things the right way, being patient, not going for the bright, shiny object, but being patient, building through the draft. Are they ahead of schedule? Are they ahead of where I think they are? They're not going to admit it, but I think Brad Holmes is probably like, well, we have a chance to win 2 playoff games, play an NFC championship game in year 3 from where we were. Yeah, they've outkicked their coverage, but let's take it. Let's roll with it. And now how do we add to it in the offseason? That's a conversation for down the road, but this is exciting times here in Detroit.
You talk about a low point, and this franchise has had a lot of them. 0-16, probably the lowest, but I think right there with it is when Matt Patricia was fired, this team had given up more yards and points than the 0-16 team. This defense was in tatters. And the one thing that you thought maybe you did have was this guy who may or may not be a franchise quarterback. Clearly it was a debate locally. He leaves and wins the Super Bowl right away, and you're left with picks. And we've seen GMs botch draft picks for decades in Detroit. You talk about a low point. That's as low as it can get. Fast forward 3 years, you beat that quarterback. All the guys you drafted are critical pieces in doing so and in pushing forward. I mean, we give Dan Campbell credit. Throw Brad Holmes a bouquet of flowers. I mean, John, this roster is significantly different and better than it was when he took over.
Oh, it's night and day. It's absolutely night and day. It was the worst roster. I'm not going to sit here and say they've transformed it to the best roster in all of football, but they have the guys that they want that are fighting their asses off for their coach who is doing it for them.
Let's get back to the people. We've got Will in Belleville. Will, you're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. I just want to prefix with everything that I'm about to say by just saying that, hey, look, I wanted everybody to boo Matthew Stafford when he got here. I wanted all of that to go down like that. But I think we got the wrong perspective on what it is that Matthew Stafford hit. Like, I don't think it was a slight. I think it was embarrassment. because you got to look at it like this. He was the darling of Detroit. We always made excuses for him. We always said, hey, Matthew Stafford it's not his fault, blah, 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 blah. So all of a sudden, Matthew Stafford leaves, right? Here comes Jared Goff. Here comes Brad Holmes. Here comes Dan Campbell. And all of a sudden, they're good. And it kind of comes down to a situation where you are the bitter ex-girlfriend, because you are now, it's like, okay, hey, we won. Like, how do you feel about it? It's good. That's the ultimate, I'm happy that you're happy. Now you are somebody that I used to know. And I think that because we saw over the years, I mean, that was one bad moment, and he shouldn't have said it, but he was raw, just like you guys said. But at the same time, it's just like, man, like, for all these years, I really thought that, I was going to be the one that was going to get you there. I was going to be the one that was going to make you happy forever. I was going to be the one. And now I'm not. I'm just somebody that you used to know.
Yeah, but you know what? Again, made excuses for a long time for Matthew Stafford, now making them again. And, his bitterness only had to travel to the locker where he could have put on his Super Bowl ring and said, you know what? I'm okay.
What I don't get, though, is if you were going to be mad or bitter, wouldn't it be towards the team that just
players?
beat you? Would you really think like, oh, well, happy for those guys?
And I don't know, was it just simply lip service all week last week when he said, I know I'm the enemy. I'm coming in. I know I'm going to be booed. Did he not really think that was going to be reality?
I don't know. Listen, we opened the show with good stuff and Lions and their storylines, and we brought the Stafford stuff up. I don't want to be hung up on it the way people are still hung up on it. I said my piece on it. It's sour grapes. It's lame. John, it is weird that people are still trying to defend this guy.
Yeah.
Even though he doesn't play here, and he did slight Detroit last night. Now, you don't have to care about it, but it's a slight.
Yeah, and here's the thing. In another 17 minutes, our show's going to end. Carson Anderson will come on, and their show will carry on. At that point, I'm done with it.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. This game is over because we get a chance to talk about tomorrow morning, who is it that the Detroit Lions are going to play in the divisional round of the playoffs that by the way, they're hosting at Ford Field.
Well, no, you're going to have your Stoney's take tomorrow. Sorry, John.
Yeah. He will have to.
Might be right.
It all goes full circle.
John, I want to get to John in Canton because, John, you don't want to talk about Stafford. Let's do a palate cleanser here. You're on 97.1.
Yes, I do not want to talk about Stafford. I want to talk about how tremendous this entire season was. And thanks for having me, guys. People like my own brother, I tried to get him to come to the games earlier, and he kept telling me he's never going to come. It's the same old Lions, and I'm not going to do anything until essentially they win a Super Bowl. I just want to say to all of you, you're missing out on a tremendous season. And let me just talk about, I was there at the game last night. I mean, we got there, guys. We got there, me and my son, my kids, we got there 3 hours early. There were gates of people trying to get in the doors 3 hours before the game started, waiting in 0-degree temperatures to get in. The cold didn't matter. Once we got in, there are people, what does the stadium hold, 60,000 fans? All 60,000, we were all best friends and family. And here's what was so cool. They actually put the game up on the Jumbotron with Green Bay, right? And we saw Green Bay spanking Dallas. So all of us in the stadium, we're all there early. We begin to realize we're going to have 2 home games. Our emotions went to a whole nother level. We were like, we're going to win this game, and then we're going to win the next game. It was just simply incredible. And then the pregame stuff, right? For those who were there, you saw it. They had the light show. They amped it up. They had a drone show outside. They had a big Lions up in the sky. Then they gave us all these lights that tied around our wrists, that tied into the Jumbotron. They had the Lions drumline play, and then to bring out Red Hot Chili Peppers drummer.
That was awesome.
Mix that in with the drum line, I mean, that was incredible, okay? And then to actually have the product on the field where they actually win, let me just tell you, there were people from all ages, and I just want your listeners, all of us, to really appreciate this. People from all ages, where you were, lady sitting next to me, she was probably 75. My son is 19.
Mm-hmm.
They're both in tears, right, when the game was over, right? I mean, that's how close we were all together as one. And I've never experienced anything like that. So hats off to the fans. Hats off to the Ford family, the Lions organization. This is never more the same old Lions. And for those people who's waiting for something, I don't know what you're waiting for, it's still not too late. Get in now. Enjoy this magical season because it's just been incredible.
Great stuff, John. And you're right. Nothing same old about this.
Nope.
97.1.
Hey, your New Year's resolution is to lose weight, and you can get there faster than you think with Ideal U. Go to idealu.us right now, and you could lose 20 pounds in just 30 days. Whether your resolution is to lose 10 pounds or 100 pounds, anywhere in between, Ideal U works, and it works fast. I lost 10 pounds in the first 10 days, and I lost 60 pounds overall, and now I'm 2 years into it, and I've been able to keep off that weight. I got a chance to eat real whole food, and I changed the thinking of how I do it. How did I do that? Because it wasn't shakes and bars. They assign you a weight loss coach that works with you every single day, every step of the way to guide you, support you, and help you through the process. And your coach is going to help you lose the weight, and they're going to help you keep it off. Go to idealu.us right now and sign up for a free body composition analysis. That's $150 value free. You're going to find out your visceral fat percentage, water weight, bone mass, muscle mass, all of that stuff. You get a great stat sheet. We love stats in sports. Best of all, find out how easy it is to lose weight fast. Picture yourself 20 or 30 pounds lighter in just 30 days. Now's the time to make it happen. All you got to do is go to idealu.us right now. That's idealu.us.
The emotion oozing from Dan Miller. Game's over. Goff icing the game without a run game late. They were not running the ball late in that second half or late in that game in general. And he had to come up with a couple throws to pick up a couple first downs, and he did it. And he did it early in the game when it was a shootout and they had to have it and it was a fourth down and you better find somebody. And he did. He found Sam Laporta.
Mm-hmm.
He only threw one touchdown. But that doesn't tell the story of the game he played. Jared Goff played a hell of a game. This was a prove-it spot for him, prove-it spot for the team. And he led him. He's a leader.
He's done a great job throughout the course of his 3 years here, where it was 3-13-1, and everybody's asking questions about Jared Goff, about Dan Campbell, Brad Holmes, and should it have been Penei Sewell, should it have been Micah Parsons, and we even had that conversation when it was 1-6, and they continued to methodically build this team, to patiently build this team. Is it a perfect roster? No. Would we still look back and say, gosh, I wish they would have added another pass rusher at the trade deadline? Sure. And I think that will be more of a discussion if they get a chance to play San Francisco in the NFC Championship game.
Or if they have trouble getting to like a Jalen Hurts next week. And we don't know that they're playing the Eagles. But yeah, I get your point.
But this is a team that this is a team and an organization. And, I mean, there are so many things that we're discussing right now that we never thought we would. A Lions playoff win, an NFC North title, an organization that is acting like a competent organization, one that not only wants to win this year, but wants to have what we've heard other organizations have, a Super Bowl window.
Here's a stat from the game last night. Jared Goff, when not pressured, 22 of 22 for 277 yards and a touchdown. That courtesy of Field Yates. It's the most attempts without an incompletion in the playoffs since ESPN began tracking pressures in 2009. So there's a couple ways to interpret it. 22 passes without being pressured. What a job by this offensive line.
And that's where you think, all right, next week, whether it's Tampa or it's Philly,
they'll get more pressure. Well Tampa will.
But okay, you would have thought that there would have been pressure coming in this game.
Mm-hmm.
But now you're looking at it going, okay, healthy offensive line. Now, we haven't heard the injury report today. We've been surprised sometimes on Mondays or Tuesdays, like, what happened? Didn't see that. But for the most part, we believe that this is an offensive line that will be facing either Tampa or Philly. And when this offensive line is healthy, Frank at center, both tackles, both guards, with Jared Goff, they have been nearly unstoppable.
The other side of the coin is 22 passes without getting pressured. Goff's going to get pressured later in the postseason. And isn't a better evaluation of him in the moments where he is pressured, as the adversity becomes more, as the challenges become greater? And I said earlier, I understand he's going to get extended. But aren't you going to truly judge him, not on the game they were expected to win, but on the games they're not expected to win? So the Lions were underdogs 3 times this season. Baltimore, Dallas, 2 turnovers in both those games, and Kansas City. They won the Kansas City game, but the Lions offense only scored 14 points. All I'm saying is, I get it. He's really good. I get it. I was wrong. I do want to see how he does with a little more adversity and some tougher matchups to feel better about that extension. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but it also is the rest of the team as well. What does this defense do when they're playing against a mobile quarterback? Now, Matthew Stafford, he's not immobile like Jared Goff, but he's not Justin Fields. He's certainly not, Jalen Hurts. Baker Mayfield's not a great quarterback, but he is a mobile quarterback. He can move around in the pocket. He's not going to be a guy that runs for 100 yards, but you're going to at some point have to face a much more mobile quarterback to win. If you get it to the Super Bowl, all right, obviously the favorite in the AFC is Lamar Jackson. We know how that went the first time. Mm-hmm. That was in Baltimore. Now we get him on a neutral site. Can they make up the difference?
You two disgust me. You absolutely Jim, how old are you?
30.
You haven't suffered. You haven't suffered.
30 years is a long
John,
time.
how long have you worked at the station?
Okay, Mr. Karsh.
Good to see
How
you,
long
too.
have I
guys-
worked
you
here?
guys-
Yes, I've worked here 3 years. But
So
when
you
you
only-
say you disgust me, how about, all right, you turn on the radio on when you're going to work, and yeah, I know we ended up being 2-14 that year, but I've got to listen to guys in the morning like Stoney, and I got to listen to the midday show like Carson Anderson talk about how bad that backup right tackle is. Maybe they had a better chance in the offseason to add depth to that offensive line. Don't tell me I have not suffered.
He played for this team.
Yeah, he did play for it. That's a hell of a point. Okay, you don't discuss me. Jim, you discuss me. Dude, it's unbelievable. I mean, this is unbelievable. These are shows that I never thought we'd get to do. And when they clinched a home playoff game, just processing that and celebrating that, and the idea that I just want to stop and say, hey, there's another home playoff game coming up. It's hard to fathom the way that this has played out. And there's a long way to go. There's higher peaks to scale, but what a start to the Campbell Holmes era. And what a game. What a game. And I'm so happy for the people of Detroit. I'm so happy for the fans. Tirico on the broadcast last night said, it's the playground of the real world. It's the toys. Sports are the toys. But it does unite a community. And it does really bring people together. And I'm so happy for Detroit. I'm so happy to do different shows. Like, I joked it wasn't even like doing a show. It's like a whole different line of work to do shows after wins.
We are looking at mock drafts.
Oh my God.
Because we want to see where they have us picking, not who we're taking.
Somebody asked me a draft question the other day, and I'm like, I don't know. Because I haven't looked at it yet. By this time, I got like the first 3 rounds mapped out usually.
Right. Yeah. We're a week into what's typically our off season.
Yeah. But hey, let's go. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it rolling.
Anything specific you want to push for people?
I'd like to have some phone calls.
We're
we're
going
to take them.
All right.
We're going to take them.
Doug Karsh is next, 97.1.
So great. People's cars. What the hell?
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Aiden Hutchinson pressured Matt Stafford 7 times and sacked him twice on 23 pass rushes for a career-best 30.4% pressure rate. He was a big part of the Lions' 24-23 wildcard win over the Rams last night, making Stafford uncomfortable for much of the game. Hutchinson said helping Detroit win its first playoff game in 32 years still feels surreal. Revenge and return storylines centered around Matt Stafford and Jared Goff leading up to last night's game, but not much was made about GM Brad Holmes, who spent 17 years in the Rams front office before the Lions hired him in 2020. You think this game was personal to him? This is Holmes heading into the Ford Field press box elevator immediately after the game went final last night. So much great sound from last night's win. We'll leave you with Penei Sewell. Make sure you're sitting down and protect any nearby walls from being run through. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yes! 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 We did it! Yes! We get to see our football team play another week at home! Yes! Hell yeah! Man, this is what it's like. After 30 plus years, this is what it's like. We waited 30 years between playoff games, home playoff games. And we get 2 in a week. We're back at it Sunday. Yes! Yes! God, this is great. Thank you, Dan Campbell. Thank you, Brad Holmes. Thank you, Jared Goff. And thank you, Lions fans. Ford Field mattered yesterday. There was so much talk during the game and after the game. And I love national guys coming in and go, wow, Chris Collinsworth, this is out of control in here, he said. How great was that? How great was that feeling? Yes! Man, Detroit, we get to keep playing. We get to play a second home playoff game. Fans get to go. Detroit gets to celebrate it. And I don't know what's going to happen, although I like the matchups either way. But this team came out last night. What do they say about, I want to start with the crowd. Like, there's a million things to talk about today. What do they say about home field advantage and riding that emotion? They say it matters the first few snaps and then you settle in. First few snaps, it was 14-3 Detroit. Lions didn't face a third down their first 2 drives. Matt Stafford was perfect. They rode that wave. Dan Campbell said you could feel the energy in the tunnel walking out to the field for pregame. All that pent-up, bottled emotion poured out yesterday. And it reverberates into this week, and it's going to carry us on a high through the week. And let me tell you something. I feel like this is our first season in the NFL, like the real NFL, the big boy NFL. The NFL that we watched everybody else get to experience. And it feels so effing good. And it probably feels better because we've waited so long. We've waited so long. And now we get to experience this. And I'm certainly appreciative. I imagine most people in Detroit are. It wasn't perfect, but who cares? There was so much that they did, that they accomplished to get this job done. But I mean, it starts with the building. It starts with Detroit. It starts with the fans. Dan Campbell called it arguably the best environment he's ever been in. And, gee, do you think the Rams missed those timeouts late? Yeah, that was you. That was you, Detroit. It helped drain their timeouts, which is awesome, which is exactly what we always thought Ford Field could be. And, I mean, it's like the perfect storm. First of all, I think the building reverberates sound. I think it's a great acoustic building for NFL football. And it mattered. It mattered a lot. I mean, and I made the decision. I'm solo Gators out today. Probably best to prepare for the show at home, watch the game. You know, if it's any other start time, right? Any other start time. Because I was worried, getting out of there, get home, get to sleep. I didn't sleep anyway. I had one of the worst nights of sleep I've had since, last Monday. So now I'm running on fumes again. Listen, I'm streaming Stoney at 2 a.m. on my phone, laying in bed, trying to go to sleep. I'm flipping over to ESPN. I don't know if you heard the Cowboys lost, but as I was reminded all morning long, I don't even care. Like the whole idea that, where's the Detroit coverage? Yeah, they're going all in on Dallas and the disaster and the wheels coming off. We've gotten our share of love this year, so I'm cool with it. Almost nothing can piss me off right now. Almost nothing can bring me down. And I would imagine, like, I had a nitpicky friend text me something last night, and I'm like, I give 0 Fs about that. The Lions just won a home playoff game on a day that saw the path open up for them to host another one. The Lions charged through it. I am so amped up. I could rob a bank right now. It's incredible. It's an incredible feeling. And we get to do it all over again. And the anticipation's going to build, and the stakes are higher. The stakes are higher. I've often talked about the full effect, like the full effect of what Ford Field can be. The true power of the Death Star down there. We blew up Alderaan, people. I guess it didn't end well for the Death Star, but let's just pause right there. It's time. I mean, it's time to go out. Tampa, Philly, whoever comes in here, they're about to experience it. And I love it. I love it because it's an organic thing, man. It's just something that you can't describe to somebody who hasn't lived this. How tough it's been. How rough this relationship has been. And a lot of you stuck with them through thick and thin, and it hasn't been rewarding. There's season ticket holders down there year after year that got to experience that. And I'm so happy for you. I am so fired up. And the truth is, in this dance, we got a shot. We got a shot. You know? I don't assume any wins anymore, but I'm confident in this team. Just because they're playing at home doesn't mean they're going to beat Philly or Tampa. I feel like a huge letdown if they don't. But we obviously have a shot to win that game. We no longer have to do all kinds of X and O gymnastics and bending and stretching to try and figure out a way to the top. They go out and play their game. The Lions play their game. They can beat whomever they play. And that's a weird place to be. It's an unfamiliar, it's a foreign place to be. And I'm so fired up to talk to people today and get to do this show. And get to do this kind of show that they've done for years in Boston and Pittsburgh and Seattle and Baltimore and LA and the part in Kansas City. And the part that's depressing is you start thinking about they've gotten to do it in places like Charlotte, North Carolina has had playoff wins. Jacksonville has had playoff wins. Arizona has had playoff wins. And we didn't get to do that. We didn't get to experience that. And now we got a seat at the big boy table. And I don't know that any fan base can be more appreciative than ours. I don't know that any city can feel better about one playoff win than ours. And they're doing it. I mean, this stuff is irrelevant, but they're doing it with such a likable crew. You know? I mean, who doesn't love Dan Campbell? Who doesn't love Brad Holmes? Jared Goff is awesome. And I love the way the fans turn the whole Stafford thing into just chanting Jared Goff, getting behind our guy. Because it's a relatively new relationship. One that wasn't supposed to be this good. And it's great. And it's even better this way. That the player has won us over on substance. Right? Jared Goff doesn't wow you with incredible quotes. Oh, he's interesting. He's very interesting to talk to each week. He goes out, does his job, deflects praise, talks about team. All week long, he kept saying, it's not about me, it's about us. It's not about me exacting revenge on the Rams. It's about us. But you know what we didn't talk about? We didn't talk about Josh Reynolds, the former Ram. We didn't talk about Brad Holmes, the former Ram. It's got to feel great for those guys. This whole thing is an experience. I'm glad that we collectively as a community get to experience it together. Man, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. And suddenly the Brad Allen Cowboys thing seems like a million years ago. A million years ago. Because it all worked out in the end. So great. So great. I swear I could do 4 hours without taking phone calls today. But we're going to take phone calls. And we'll start it next. Mondays mean champ and chump. So get your champ and chump votes in on Carson Anderson, 248-539-9797. Yes! 97 won the ticket. What an opening drive. What a statement. What an opening series. And what a job by the defense in the second half. Man, they did a great job. And so did you. This really feels like a we. This feels like a we. Because the people that were there, the hubris in the building, I mean, the fans weren't going to let this team lose. And it made a difference, man. It made a difference. And I want them to, obviously, we all want them to ride this thing as far as they can take it. But I think the rest of the country is about to find out what Ford Field's all about. Man, this is great. 248-539-9797. Let's start knocking down some phone calls. Champ and Chump, if you want to get your votes in, I'll mine today at 10:35. Tom is in St. Clair Shores, and he's been patient. Hello, Tom.
How's it going, man? We're fired up over here, man.
Yeah.
MCDC. I cannot express the energy. It's pure octane.
Yep. That's exactly what it is. It just,
I've been listening to the show. Sorry.
Well, just the way, if we can map this out to go the way that it did, the dream script on this MLK Day, the dream script wouldn't be too far off from what we're actually experiencing right now.
Exactly. Hey, and we got the hardest domino out of the way first.
Yeah. Right? I mean, that Rams team was playing really well. I mean, I'm going to bring it up, and there's all kinds of stuff to talk about. But Stafford and Nacua and Kupp were unbelievable. They were unbelievably good, and that defense kept them out of the end zone.
And we knew that. And we knew that they were going to come in, and they were going to get 200 between the two of them, right? But what we were talking about, what you guys were talking about, obviously the Rams playing great football, but Kyren Williams, baby, okay? You said it. Over 70 yards, they go 1 for 4. Over 100, they go 5 for 1. And we got the fourth best run defense in the league. So it was lined up. You know, you shut him down, you get the boys rolling on offense. Laporta, man, it was so nice to see him in the end zone after all week.
Yep.
Is he going to play? Is he not going to play? Hey, next guy up, it's pure octane. And as far as Goff and his future, you know, I'm a big believer in getting a young guy on the bench and let the seasoned veteran teach him the ways, man. You know, you look at Jordan Love right now. Okay, and you know, when they drafted him, that was Aaron Rodgers' MVP year.
Yep, and it was kind of. I was watching that game, and I'm you know, you got Stafford getting hurt, and I'm thinking, wait, Carson Wentz is their backup, and he went 2 the year Goff went 1. It's kind of wild the way this might play out. Obviously, Stafford never left the game. Look, as far as a football player, he's tough, and what he had to say after the game, we will get into, but. That guy showed why he's really, really good. And yet the Lions defense got the stops they needed to get. And I mean, remember at the beginning of the year, they publicly addressed being better in the red zone. They publicly addressed that this was a problem. And in the biggest game they've played in decades, they held the Rams to 0 for 3 in the red zone. And that's your ball game. I mean, I was thinking about it today. There's like 15 things that we can think about that if they didn't happen, the Lions don't win that game. But they're so well coached. They're well coached. And Aaron Glenn, he doesn't have a defense filled with all pros. And that offense, that Rams offense, was humming, man. And they get to the red zone, and the Lions would get stops and force field goal attempts. And that was something that was an issue, and they addressed it publicly earlier in the year. It's got to be good. It's got to be better, is what they said. It's got to be better. And I've said for the last 2.5, 3 years, I believe offense wins championships in the NFL. And you got to be able to put a serviceable defense on. And if you looked at the pattern, a lot of teams, postseason success, have had elite offenses, great offenses, and they haven't had great defenses. And some have both. Philly last year had both. But the reality is you need to be better than bad. And there were times this year and in previous years where this group of players, this constellation of players put together and being coached by Aaron Glenn was bad. But they got better. They stuck with it. Players emerged. And now they're building a bit of a swagger. And man, I mean, the funniest thing, you think about sort of the under the radar, the best play of the game, and then maybe the most important play of the game was the holding call on Aiden Hutchinson that set the Rams back. And instead of it being 4th and 4 in long field goal range, Dan Campbell took the penalty, backed him up, and then Cam Sutton, who's had a really good year but got toasted earlier in the game on the 3rd and 1, was in coverage on Puka Nacua when the pass went incomplete and forced the punt, and the Rams never got the ball back. Man, it's fun to relive even just talking about it. But they addressed a problem. This coaching staff addressed a problem, and it turned out to be maybe the single biggest reason they advance in the postseason. Because Aaron Glenn and his staff and Dan Campbell figured out how to be better, just better in the red zone. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Zarin in Detroit. You're on 97. Want to take it? What's up, Zarin?
Hey, Doug. Congratulations. I'm really happy for you guys. I mean, you know me. Obviously, I'm not gonna get into it. I obviously have no horse in the race, but I'll give you the quick lowdown of what I think. So I think I saw the article. Actually, it was from 97 Ticket, and it said how I think they're trying to make something of Stafford, saying he's happy for the players rather than the fans. And I think I'll make that kind of notion my chump, because I don't think if people are upset about Stafford saying that, I don't think that's really reasonable on him, because he said everything right. He played a great game, and I think there's no reason to be upset with him for saying that. And then my champ will just be both Stafford and Goff, because especially, the winning quarterback, because they both played well and they both proved the trade to be correct. So,
I mean, look, the Stafford comments afterward, we'll get into it in depth. Like I said, there's not a whole lot that can piss me off today. There's a psychology behind that. I suspect there's more to that story, but it's not ruining my day. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls and feedback. I'll have my champ and chump coming up today at 10:35. Gators out today. It's Carson Anderson on a Monday. 248-539-9797. Hey, during the winter, the last thing you need is plumbing issues. If you got them, call CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing at 855-339-4242. CGC will send one of their plumbers out quickly. If you're tired of running out of hot water, do what we did. Call CGC and have them install a Navien tankless water heater. It's great. We haven't run out of hot water since it's been put in. We had the kids home over the holidays, so 5 people in the house, no issues. Plus, that big, huge tank is gone. Just got a unit that hangs on the wall, created space in our storage room. Bonus. No more running out of hot water. You reduce your energy consumption and save money. Call CGC Water and get 10% off the installation of a Navien tankless water heater from CGC Water Treatment and Plumbing, your authorized independent Connecticut dealer. I think Dan Miller could have stayed on the air all night after that game. Bouncing back and forth between radio and TV. Great call, as always. From Dan, 248-539-9797. The Detroit Lions, 24. The Los Angeles Rams, 23. And now the Lions host a playoff game in the divisional round next week with a chance to advance to the NFC Championship game. People, we got a shot at this thing. We got a shot at this thing. And it's no longer a hope for a miracle, hope the other guys have a bad day. No, it's we got a football team that can play with and beat anybody. And I'm so pleasantly surprised, even though I thought they'd win the game. I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that Green Bay smoked Dallas, which has set up this scenario for us. I mean, us to experience something we haven't experienced in our lifetime. This team's got a shot. And the 91 team had a shot as well, but when it was all said and done, it felt like they really didn't. And I am so fired up for the people of Detroit. So fired up to be able to do. I'm fired up for Doug. Doug gets to do shows he never got to do before. Gator's out today. He'll be back tomorrow. 248-539-9797. My champ of the weekend is Dan Campbell. And it comes down to some shrewd coaching decisions. This is not the overly aggressive, careless Neanderthal meathead that people thought he was. He made some tough calls. Tough calls. Sending Badgley out there, who hit we've had great kickers historically in Detroit. Is that the biggest field goal in our lifetime? A 54-yarder that turned out to be the difference in the game from a kicker that is still kind of proving himself, still winning people over, still trying to, establish himself in this league. Guy was questioned, drills a 54-yarder. That call, the call to accept the holding, when you had the Rams 4th and 4, they were looking at a long field goal. And Campbell decides to back him up, give him another shot at the first down. Lions get the stop, force the punt. And the call to throw it on 2nd and 9. We've got Jared Goff on tomorrow. And I'm not lying. I could spend the entire 11 minutes talking to Jared Goff about that 2nd and 9. And that choice route or win route, go win it route, whatever they called it. The go win that he threw to Amon-Ra St. Brown. So much goes into the reasons why you make that call. We know an incompletion stops, but I'm sitting there, my buddy Dave, and we're like, you got 2 plays to win the game. Goff has been as efficient as he has been. The odds of an incompletion, it's in your favor. He's not throwing a lot of incompletions. You got Amon-Ra. And Amon-Ra went and won that route. The decision to throw it there on 2nd and 9, with 2 plays to win the game, and they just said, let's go win it now. I love that call. Dan Campbell's my champ of the week. My champ of the week is Dallas. Ha! The way that worked out. Worked out for us, man. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Scott. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Scott.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm a 32-year season ticket holder.
Wow.
I've had 4 seats since 92. And about 20 years ago, we were at the Green Bay game. My son was probably 10. We're walking out, and he goes, why do we go to these games? He goes, Detroit, all they do is lose. We're playing Green Bay. We lost to Green Bay. I said, it's because we're Lions fans. We're hard at work. We're Lions fans. His wife and I were with us last night, and I said to him, do you remember when you asked me why we're Lions fans? I go, this is why we're Lions fans.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And, after the game, we took pictures. My wife is crying. She's dancing in front of her seat, and absolutely fantastic.
Well, Scott,
I've seen the Lions lose, win so many different ways. Back at the Silverdome playing the Packers. The Packers tie the game. No time on the clock. They win the coin toss. Brett Favre, the Donald driver for a touchdown, and we lose. And my champ is Sheila Ford Hamp and her team for bringing us Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell. And my chump is the national media that didn't give Detroit a chance in that game yesterday. I think Stephen A. Smith and Rex Ryan were the only two that picked Detroit to win. I don't know what the talking heads on NBC, who they picked to win the game. I would certainly like to know.
So, look, Scott, I mean, look, he was off on a few facts there, but there's a couple things I love about that call. That father-son stuff. I mean, you really come to appreciate over the course of time. I remember it was funny. My kid, grew up in Ann Arbor, my oldest, and grew up watching Michigan football. And after another loss to Ohio State when he was like 13, 14, he turned to me and said, "Dad, I thought this was supposed to be fun." And years later, he's a senior at Michigan. They just won a natty. He went 3-0 against Ohio State. And you remember, like, what he remembered, what his son say, "Dad, why are we Lions fans? Why do we do this? Why do we go to these games?" I remember my son, "Dad, I thought this was supposed to be fun." He's texting me last night about the Lions. And, yeah, I mean, the payoff, God, years and years and years of frustration. I think that years and years and years mattered last night at Ford Field. And I've said it. If the Lions go the distance here and get to the Super Bowl, I don't know who has the game, whether it's going to be Tom Rinaldi or whomever. One of those reporters that does, those emotional pieces is going to do sort of the history of the Detroit Lions, and the whole country's going to go, "Oh my God." Because it wasn't just that the Lions were bad and people just weren't even paying attention to us. And the way we'd redefine rules, like the process and the 10-second runoff with Golden Tate, and you can't throw a red flag on a touchdown because those plays are automatically reviewed. And two of our superstars still with plenty to give walking away from the game. And the bad luck, the tragedies with Utley and Andelsack. And all that we have endured, the taking of the wind, the country, when that feature piece on what the Lions organization has been through the last 20, 30 years plus, the country's going to go, "Oh my God, these poor people deserve it." And we do. And there's a lot of football to be played, hopefully, and they still have a lot to prove. But seriously, I didn't know if I'd ever get to do this show. I want to do this show. I want to do this show all week. If you can't get through right now because the phone lines are packed, we got time, people. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Leroy in Albion. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Leroy?
How's it going?
Oh, it's going great.
Man, I'm just like you, man. I can listen to this same segment all day long.
Yep.
I'm a first-time caller, and I am still on the verge of tears. One of my favorite moments, there were so many moments from last night, but one of the best moments was panning the crowd at the end of the game, and you're seeing so many people, so many emotional people. I love the moment of the 89-year-old guy in the one of the fans, and he just crying his eyes out.
Mm-hmm.
And just 2/3 of his life has been Lions scrutiny and Lions losing football, but he finally got a chance to see a playoff win. That was special to me. And one of my champs for the game was, it's hard to single out just one in the front office, so I'll just go the entire front office. But I would definitely go Brad Holmes. I know you're going to talk about the speech in the locker room later on. But what Brad Holmes said was powerful. He said that we've been in darkness and it shaped us.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, oh man, that was just powerful. And I'm just excited to be a part of this team. When they went 0-16 and lost that last game to Vikings, I think it was 12-10. I might be wrong on that. I said, I'm going to stick with this team. I'm 100% bought in now. And, man, this last night, it really made it all worthwhile.
Hey, Leroy, thanks for sharing. It's awesome. This is just awesome. And we're new at this. And we're starting to figure out what to do with our hands. It's Carson Anderson, Champ and Chump. Get those votes in. Got an open phone line, 248-539-9797. As good as the regular season is, there's nothing like NFL Super Wild Card Weekend. 6 games, 3 days. And for these teams, it's win or go home. You always have a spot in the playoffs with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. They have so many ways for you to pick up the W. New customers get started with $150 in bonus bets guaranteed when you place your first $5 bet. In fact, all customers right now, I don't do parlays, but they got a no-sweat same-game parlay. So what the F? 2 playoff games today? Let's go. Just visit FanDuel.com/Doug to join today. That's FanDuel.com/Doug. Make every moment mean more. Official sportsbook partner of the NFL. Must be 21 or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help. How about that? Dan Miller on the call. I think his voice and his excitement clearly coming through there. We can all relate to that. And you know, the funny thing is, we're doing this over one playoff win. One playoff win. But now back-to-back home playoff games. We're doing things that this, you know, I don't want to rip on but historically, this organization led us to believe would never happen. And I can't even imagine, like, there's probably people from out of town driving around listening. Listen to these people. They sound like they won the Super Bowl. Yeah. Yeah, you have to understand how it's been. You have to understand what this is, what this means for us. You almost have to have walked in our shoes. If you haven't walked in our shoes, there's no way of knowing. And look, the story of this fan base and the impact that they had on that game, it's rare and it's temporary. And what I mean by that, it's rare that a fan base has so little in terms of this accomplishment that everybody else has. Like, everybody else has a playoff win at home in the last 30 years. It seems like everybody else gets to do this stuff, and we haven't. So it's rare that you have a fan base that's this hungry, and it's temporary in that we'll probably I'm hoping we get used to this. Like, I'm hoping this is the first of many. And so, you know, the euphoria that we are feeling right now, if it becomes the norm, you can't match it. And so we've got this, we're all experiencing together this rare and probably temporary, it's got a shelf life. We can always be the toughest place to play in the NFL, but we won't always be the team that's breaking droughts. And we'll see. I mean, look, who knows what's next? Who knows what's next? But in this moment of time, another week to sort of milk this is freaking fantastic. 248-539-9797. Side note, Donovan Edwards just announced he's returning next year to the University of Michigan. Big game Don. He's had some huge games in some huge games. He will be back when it feels like just about everybody else has left. Some guys on defense are coming back too. They're going to be really good defensively, a lot to replace offensively. Coach is interviewing with the Chargers today. We'll see how that shakes itself out. My 53 still sticks with him being back, but 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to, who do we got next here? David in Ypsilanti. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, David.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, listen, I'm supposed to be studying for the biggest test of my life. I just graduated nursing school. I have my NCLEX coming up, and I can't sit down and study.
Timing's not great.
Yeah, you know what, though? If I could just tell a quick story, I know everyone has their story, but I was born in 98, grew up, you know, quite poor, and of course, with that comes no cable, and all I had was a radio. Circa 2010, the year we drafted Stafford, I know he came over here, and Dan Miller is my champ because to me, he's like the voice of God. He's the reason I fell in love with the Lions.
Awesome.
Your guys' show is amazing, and I was at the game yesterday. I've been to many games. First off, the line 3 hours before the game was insane. It's the longest line I've seen. The crowd, the atmosphere was crazy. And when Jared was coming out the tunnel, not for the entrance, but for the pregame warm-up, and the Jared Goff chant started, and it got louder as he was coming out and louder, and then he started moving quicker, so you know he could feel the energy. I mean, that's just a feeling that it's one of those euphoric feelings that reminds you of why you love the game. And I was happy I was able to go, and it was just an amazing experience. I think the crowd played a big role in making the Rams use 2 early timeouts, and I think that we're going to play a bigger role next week. No NFL game is easy. Nothing's a free win, but I think that this one had a lot more on the line than whoever we play next week. And I just want to lastly shout out the Michigan celebrities for showing up. It is kind of a big deal when they put Eminem or Big Sean on the big screen because that does hype the crowd up, and I hope they'll be there next week as well.
Yeah, that was cool. And David, thank you for the phone call. And I think a lot of people agree with a lot there that you had to say. And yeah, I mean, the momentum that we have now, the feeling in this city, like next Sunday, everybody that was there that's coming back is going to try and replicate it. Everybody that's going to their first playoff game is going to come in like full tank of gas, ready to light it on fire, open up the throttle and go. And yeah, it's going to be insane. It is going to be insane next Sunday. And you know, we get to again, we're experiencing so much for the first time. We're watching a playoff game tonight, scouting an opponent. Like we get to watch who we're about to play. And we can go all in on that game. It becomes wildly interesting, doesn't it? 248-539-9797. Dan, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Dan.
Doug. Good morning to you.
What's up?
I'll tell you what, man. I woke up this morning, and it was like the first day after my wedding. And I'll tell you what, I kind of have a habit of watching the post-game locker room celebrations when they win.
Yep.
And what I really appreciated is, you could tell that there was going to be about 3 hours of celebration, and then Dan Campbell said, and now we move on. And I love that. That dude is so humble, and this team embodies everything that he is. And he has proven all of his doubters wrong. And it is so hard to name a champ because there's so many.
Yep.
Jared Goff, that was his ultimate statement game to the Rams. But I think Amon-Ra St. Brown, man. I mean, that dude, he is so good. And I love the stories about his dad and his mom and how he stayed humble, and you can see it in the way that he plays.
Sure can.
Especially between the between the tackles. I mean, he is so good. And I am so excited for next Sunday, and so happy for, just millions of people who are soaking this up. My chump, ESPN, because I woke up this morning and it took them 2 hours and 42 minutes to get off the Cowboys and talk about the Lions. And they were on the Lions for about 3 minutes before they went back to the Cowboys.
It's interesting, Dan. Like I said earlier, and I kind of laughed about it because I didn't sleep last night, and I'm streaming the station. I'm listening to Stoney and TJ and Hammer and all that stuff, and then you get that show wraps up, and I go to I flip over and let me see what they're talking about in the ESPN radio, and it was Cowboys this morning, Cowboys, and I'm like, you know what? I don't even care. It won't bother me in the slightest. In this day and age, we know we've gotten plenty of love this year, and so today they're covering that disaster in Dallas, and feel free to chump them. I've just decided this isn't going to bother me. It's just I'm not going to let it bother me. Those of you streaming, I don't know if you'll be able to see this. I got a cousin in British Columbia that sent me a text today. And those of you streaming, it's a floppy disk. And on the floppy disk, it says Cowboys Super Bowl pictures. And I just burst out laughing when I got that. And very, very funny. But, yeah, we don't. I tell you a quote I loved after the game last night came from Ben. Great job. Our guys run our Twitch and YouTube stream. If you haven't watched the show, you can on youtube.com. Search up 971 The Ticket, and you can watch on twitch.tv. Search up 971 The Ticket. But yeah, my cousin in British Columbia sent me that, and it cracks me up. Picture of a floppy disk that says Cowboys Super Bowl pictures. But, it all worked out for us. It all worked out for us in the end. And it's just a great feeling. It really is. And Dallas, their problems are being well documented, huh? But we got plenty of love this year. Nothing can really piss me off. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Lions are on to the divisional round of the NFL postseason after beating the Rams 24-23 last night to win their first playoff game since the first Bush administration. All last week, the team and Jared Goff himself tried to downplay the significance of the opportunity for revenge against L.A. But take a listen to what Dan Campbell said in the locker room after the win as he presented Goff with the game ball. The Lions will host the winner of tonight's Bucks and Eagles game. That'll be Sunday at 3 p.m. Taking a look at some butthurt headlines out of Los Angeles this morning. Bill Plaschke's column in the LA Times. Headline, Matthew Stafford lost the battle but wins the war in his duel with Jared Goff. Also in the LA Times this morning, Jared Goff gets revenge barely as Lions eliminate Rams with 1-point victory. Dan Miller, help him out. And the college football coaching domino effect continues. Washington has hired Jedd Fisch away from Arizona as its next head football coach. He'll replace Kalen DeBoer, who left Washington for Alabama last week. Fisch, who was an assistant under Jim Harbaugh at Michigan in 2015 and 16, just led Arizona to a 10-3 record and number 11 finish in the AP poll, the program's best since 1998. Pistons at Wizards in an MLK Day matinee you can hear right here on 97.1 The Ticket starting at 2:30. At the Corewell Health Update Desk, I'm Beanie Howell. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Doug Harsh, Gator out today. Yeah, those are some bitter headlines in L.A. And the Ram fan out there will probably be upset. 248-539-9797. Man, riding a high here in Detroit, and we will all week. Get to host another playoff game against the winner of tonight's Philly-Tampa game. Gator's out today. He'll be back tomorrow, 248-539-9797. Thanks, everybody, for being with us. On the Odyssey app and through our website, 971theticket.com, I am sure, and these are the kind of days that I bet there's a bunch of people glad that they downloaded the Odyssey app so those transplanted Detroiters can revel in what happened last night. And if you don't have the Odyssey app, someday you'll wish you did. Imagine if you got sent out of town at work or you're driving somewhere for work today. You're like, man, I want to listen to The Ticket. Download for your mobile device, AUDACY. If you don't do that, you can also stream to our website, 971theticket.com. And then there's streaming of video, twitch.tv, search up 971 The Ticket, and youtube.com. Again, search 971 The Ticket. And we got quite a few people doing that today, participate in the streaming chat. Love to have you in a variety of ways here on 97.1. And yes, congratulations to everybody. What a great moment for Detroit sports. We're going to revel in it. We're there's no understating what this feels like. And I can't even imagine what it's like to make a run. But you almost have to have walked in our shoes to understand it. For out-of-towners or fans of another team, if you haven't walked in our shoes, it's almost impossible to describe what this feels like. Having never seen, many of us, never seen this, and the rest of us, it's faint memories, man. It's faint memories. And Detroit's just giddy today. And fired up and proud of our football team, happy to have this group. And look, there were questions and doubters when Dan Campbell got hired. Who's ever won with a personality like that? I remember those. The Brad Holmes questions. Oh, is it him? Was it Les Snead? His draft boards have been paid dividends for the Rams, and when you gave him the right of making the picks, he hasn't slowed down. This guy has money in the NFL draft, and that sets you up for sustainable success. And we could talk down the road eventually. But the Jared Goff bridge quarterback thing, I've found that there are times where you're like, oh, I got to go to this, this wedding. I don't really want to go, but I got to go. And then you get there and the reception's just off the chain and you're like, yeah, wow, didn't expect this. Planned a vacation You're like, oh, this is what the family wants to do. And you're not as excited, but you're all right, I'll do it. And then you get there and it's awesome. And when you're surprised at how great something is, when you don't expect it to be great, it's even better. And that's Jared Goff. Jared Goff won over Detroit. And I love the reaction. Yeah, the booing of Stafford when he took the field on TV. They're just running on the field, him and Carson Wentz. And I'm like, man, the people hate Carson Wentz. And then I could hear the fans start chanting Jared Goff, Jared Goff. And being motivated by showing our guy love more so than their guy hate. It's just something I like. I like the way the fans handled that. I like the Jared Goff chants. It's got to be so gratifying for that dude who is, I mean, we've learned he's a competitor, man. He's a serious competitor. But do you think that California kid grew up thinking he'd fall in love with Michigan and Detroit? And we here in Detroit, go back a few years when the trade was made. Can you imagine? We fell in love with Jared Goff. And Act 2 of his career has got to be so professionally satisfying for him. And they're not done. Not done. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Dwight's next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Dwight? Oh, sorry, my bad. There you are. Hey, Dwight.
Hey, I'm really excited about our overall kicking game.
Oh.
I'm telling you, that 60-yard punt and with no chance to return, keeping them pinned 90 yards away and stuff, they're going to make a mistake sooner or later, or we're going to do something good.
Well, if that's just a really good punt and not a great punt, their drive ends in field goal territory. If that ball goes into the end zone, their drive ends in field goal territory, and they're kicking a go-ahead field goal. The fact that Jack Fox pinned them deep on their own 8-yard line with 7 minutes to go, down by a point. That's exactly why you want to do it. Yeah, the Rams got out of jail and actually got into field goal territory. And then maybe the biggest play of the game was a holding call where Aiden Hutchinson was dragged down when it looked like he was going to get a free shot at Matthew Stafford, which again, that's a tough decision for Campbell. He's got him 4th down. Do you make him try the long field goal, or do you back him up and give him another crack at a 1st down? Because that was getting perilously close to Rams draining the clock, kick a walk-off field goal had started to enter my mind. And so if they get that 1st down, but he backed him up, had faith in his defense, but it all started with the punt. Dwight, that punt was huge.
It was, you know, without it, just say it's a 45-yard one with maybe a return, but there was no way to return the kick. It's so huge. Usually when you kick a 60-yarder, the guy catches the ball and runs for 30 yards, you know?
Well, maybe not 30, but yes, those are often returned.
Yeah, you know what I mean? He hits the outside or something, jukes the first guy, and he's gone. You know, no, we got to make him go 90 yards or at least a long distance, and sooner or later something's good going to happen.
Well, there is a phrase, Dwight, outkick the coverage, and the hang time on that was 5 I think Tirico said it was over 5 seconds, the hang time, which so you get off a nuke and you get huge hang time, and yeah, there's no return.
That was big play.
Big play.
You know, I've studied football my whole life. You know.
Yeah, you have.
Well, I played 3 years with Gary Danielson as a kid. You know what I mean? You know, I've been around a long time, and we really know how to play football.
What team was that?
This is football. This is how you play the game.
What team did you play with Gary on? Purdue?
Oh, Little League in Dearborn.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
The Dearborn Thunderbirds.
Thunderbirds, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yep.
Little League, 12, 13, and 14. Yeah.
Attaboy.
But I've studied it, and man, we finally know how to play football. I mean, this is real football, man. They don't know what we're going to do, and we don't know what we're even going to do until it happens. You know, it's so exciting, you know?
Yes, it is. Dwight, I've made the comment that last week. I feel like we finally got an NFL team, and I don't mean that flippantly. This is what every other NFL market has got to experience in the last 30 whatever years, and not us. 33 years, not us. And now we get to experience it, and it's foreign territory.
It's excitement beyond belief. Our offense, man, it's just so incredibly crazy, wild. You just can't believe it's happening. You know what I mean? And then next minute, you know, we're scoring, and Goodell's got to do something about this officiating. I hate to bring.
I'm so glad, Dwight. I'm so glad that's not a topic today. Like, I mean, it's a topic, but I'm so glad it's not the topic today, because that killed a Lions drive. They killed a Lions drive with a horse you-know-what call that I'm just so glad that we don't have to do that topic today, because that was ridiculous. 248-539-9797. Honestly, it's one of the easiest calls in the game. You're either in the neutral zone or you're not. And that was most in the neutral zone ever. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Yeah, that was not his first read. First of all, the offensive line held up. But, I mean, look, quarterback hits the back foot of their drop and delivers on time. In the NFL, I usually think that pass is going to be completed. The moment that quarterback, 3-step drop, 5-step drop, 7-step drop, whatever it is, when he hits that back step and lets it fly right away, NFL quarterbacks are completing that pass. Goff hit his back step, didn't deliver right away. And you go, he's got to work his way through his progressions. Now, he's good at that. But I do wonder at that point, what are the – and that's a fourth down play, right? I mean, you're wondering, okay, what are the % chance of completion once you start to work your way through your progression? It feels like it probably drops significantly. So he hits the back step, doesn't deliver. Now he starts working through his progressions. And we'll ask him about it tomorrow. Was that his second read, his third read? And Laporta and everything they did to get him back on the field. I mean, he was clearly limited, but huge nonetheless. And, came up with 3 catches and 3 targets. Now, it wasn't a ton of yardage. It's 14 yards, but whatever. That play on fourth down is one of the biggest plays of the game. You don't have to be Vince Lombardi to figure that out. 248-539-9797. John is in Warren, and he's next on 97.1. Hi, John.
Can you hear me?
I can,
Hello?
John. What's up, John?
Listen, Chuck Hughes, I was there when he died on the field at Tiger Stadium, but I've been to the Red Wings, Pistons, everything. I haven't slept. The town is going wild. Can you hear me?
I can, yeah. I'm listening.
Hey, I live in Warren, and here it is, but unbelievable. The Lions are going, and we're making it happen. How about Rick Farzano? Rick Farzano, do you remember him?
No, why don't you tell us all about him, John?
Well, that was like maybe 30 years ago that he was our coach. But Dan Campbell, this team, were united. My speech isn't that good. I have disabilities. But bless you guys, and how bomb. I waited on the phone, man. But it's better. I've been there for the Red Wings. I played hockey, Pistons, and all that. The town is pumped up.
Well, I'm glad you're feeling great, John.
I got to see I got to see the Packers. Thank God. Listen, it can happen that we could have three games at home. We're guaranteed this week coming up.
But go Pack go, right, John?
There it is.
Here's what's crazy. Think about it. We got a Saturday afternoon Packers-Niners game, and by the time the Lions hit the field on Sunday, we'll know if we got a chance to host a third game.
Here's what it is. I seen the Packer game, and I'm like, oh, my God.
It could happen.
Hey,
and then
you
it did.
What? Hey, all our teams, Dan Campbell, I'm going back. Monty Clark, right?
Yes, you are. You're listening to a lot of old coaches. Hey, John, this is the best we've had. You take care, buddy. Thanks for calling, all right?
Listen, thank you, guys. Listen, I haven't slept. Listen to me. Hold on. Hey, better to my lifetime. I was born 11/23/1963 when William Clay Ford bought the team and JFK got assassinated. And
Well, I think that last phrase sums it up for all of us. Oh! Thanks, John. We're all enjoying it today. 248-539-9797. Alex, you're next on 97.1. Hi, Alex.
Hey, I'm here.
What's up?
Hey, man. I mean, first and foremost, how great is it to be a Lion today, man?
It's unbelievable.
I mean, unbelievable, but at the same time, just going back to when we were 0-16 and everybody just counted the Lions out. Then we come around and we get Dan Campbell. He gives us a speech about taking off kneecaps. Goes 3-13. Then the next year, nobody wants to see the Lions in the playoffs. We don't get there by a game. We were the most hyped team in the offseason, I believe.
Yep.
Kind of scary talking about it.
We became the it team. I hear you.
We became the what if.
The
what
it.
if.
Yeah, well, right. I mean, and that's a place we usually don't get a lot of love, and everybody jumped on board. And it was funny because we got to the postseason, Alex, and somebody called about this. The Rams became the it pick in the postseason because they were so hot, and people love jumping on an underdog and saying, I called my shot. And they're a formidable foe, no doubt. Stafford was good. Puka Nacua is ridiculous. But
right, and when just going to that Rams it team, I mean it felt like we were the Detroit Rams watching the Rams at that time, watching Stafford excel and do what we all thought and knew he could do. Even last night, I mean, he was flawless. These no-look Magic Johnson passes, I mean, those are incredible. Those are video game passes.
He's really good.
I mean, those were. I mean, you can't beat it. And good for my champ is that Dan Campbell. I mean, former player. Could you just imagine playing for an organization, then getting in a head coach job, coming in and just doing what he's done, having his team stand behind him. Like you said, we got a team full of just good dudes.
Well, they're very
Campbell,
likable. They're very likable. There's so much substance, and that they don't need. It's all steak and less sizzle, and yet they're fun as hell to watch. Who's your chump, real quick, Alex?
My chump's got to be Jerry Jones, man.
Yeah.
That's simple as that. It's got to be him. Jerry Jones is my chump. Dallas Cowboys is one thing, but Jerry Jones. Have a good offseason.
Thank you very much. 248-539-9797. We go to Diana, who's calling, listening in New England. You're on 97 a ticket. Hi, Diana.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm born and raised in New England. No real connection to Michigan, but I've been a Lions fan my entire life, and I'm just excited. I'm excited for the Lions. I'm excited to see where this team's going. Obviously excited for the playoffs, and I'm excited for next year. So
how
on cloud nine all around.
Diana, how did you get to be a Detroit Lions fan with no connection to Detroit out there on the East Coast?
When I was 5, my favorite animal was a lion, and I figured out that there was a team called the Lions, and that became my favorite team. And I've been through it through thick and thin, and I'm really glad to be here now.
Well, and you then endured an era where the Patriots were doing what they were doing, and you're sitting out there a lonely Lion fan. That must have been tough.
Yeah, that it's been rough for sure. But I've been wearing my St. Brown jersey around, and I've had people be like, Lions jersey. I don't see any of those around.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm wearing my Lions beanie. I just want to let everyone know I'm a Lions fan. I'm here. I'm just so excited.
Oh. That's awesome, Diana. Thank you for sharing. Don't be a stranger, all right?
All right. Thank you.
There she is. Diana from New England, 248-539-9797. All right. Want to throw some bouquets Aaron Glenn's way, Lions defensive coordinator. We'll get to that today at 11:32. Some stuff he really did right, plus your phone calls and feedback. It's Carson Anderson, Champ and Chump. Get him in on this Monday. Gators out today, 97.1 the ticket. Sure was. Money Badger coming through with a 54-yard field goal. Special teams felt like a facet of the game the Lions could win. The Rams didn't have great special teams this year. And they didn't really make any huge mistakes. Maher's kicks were a little dicey, but they went through the 2 posts. But the Lions won it, though, because Jack Fox got off a nuke at just the right time, and Badger came through with a huge kick. So, hey, man, huge moment. Aaron Glenn, your red zone defense, this was a problem earlier in the year. When you identify problems and fix them, I always love seeing coaches operate that way. First red zone trip. This is a low possession game. The Rams only had the ball 7 times if you discount sort of them giving up at the end of the half, got a first down and let it go. Rams only really had 7 full possessions. And that's why all of this stuff was magnified. It wasn't going to be, it was a shootout and a low-scoring game at the same time. Because possessions, there weren't a lot of incompletions. There was a lot of running. Clock kept moving. I think each team ran 55 plays. This was a low possession game. Holding them to a field goal in the first series. Started with incompletion of Kupp in the end zone. Then Stafford had to throw it away. And then that pass got deflected. Field goal attempt. They come back, huge stop to start the second half. Rams get the football to start the second half with a chance to take the lead. Remember that 3rd and 11? Stafford kind of threw up a jump ball for, I believe it was Robinson and Vildor, and Kirby Joseph down there broke it up. There was a lot of contact, but they were both playing the football. Then the 3rd and 8 incompletion of Kupp on the next to last possession, which forced a punt. And then the 3rd and 17 stop. Like, these are huge, huge stops. Heck, they had a 1st and goal. Actually, it wasn't 1st and goal. I think they were inside the 20, but eventually they got a 3rd and 12. Remember, they completed a crossing route, and Nacua got dropped well short of the sticks. Nacua's a problem. You know, Aaron Glenn said during the week, the underrated part of his game is, he said his trunk, his lower legs are so strong that he's really difficult to bring down, and they got to tackle well. That game was a perfect example. It exemplified what he said. He is a problem when it comes to breaking tackles. He's great. And Stafford was exceptionally good as well. Some of the throws he made as the pocket was breaking down and no look and off the back foot and under duress. He had that one 3rd down early. The 3rd and 18, 3rd and 16. He completed that one to Demarcus Robinson. Being pushed to his left, throws back to his right, hits his hand on Aleem McNeil's helmet, floated that ball out there. But the Lions gave Aaron Glenn's defense a lead to protect. And damn it, if he didn't protect it. They held the Rams to 6 points in the second half, which was huge. It was just huge. So Aaron Glenn, kudos to you and that defense. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to the phone calls. Charles in Detroit, you're next. What's up, Charles?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing great.
Yeah, I got 2 chumps and 2 champs.
Okay.
My 2 champs are the Detroit Lions organization. And believe it or not, my second champ is the Green Bay Packers for exposing the Cowboys. I am so glad.
Yeah.
Just to see Jerry Jones on that 3rd touchdown to turn around and throw something, that was priceless.
Yep.
And my chumps are the Dallas Cowboys because they had no business being that far in the playoffs. And my other chumps are the announcers from last night announcement. When they saw Stafford's hand, to oh my God, Stafford, his hand is injured. We got to keep an eye on that. Really?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's a storyline. Yeah. I mean, their quarterback got hurt. Yeah, that is a storyline. Sorry. I would think they wouldn't be doing their job if they didn't point out that the starting quarterback for a team in the playoffs hit his hand on a helmet, had blood coming off his hand. That's their job, my man. But anyway, yeah, the Jerry Jones stuff, Dallas was gifted an opportunity and they blew it. They blew it. And nobody in Detroit's sad about it. 248-539-9797. D is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, D.
DK, what's really going on, my man? What's really going on?
How you doing?
Hey, man, check this out. My heavenly champ is Frank Ragnow. Big Frank was in the trenches last night taking on Aaron Donald. A lot of times one-on-one, a lot of times he got help. But Big Frank held his own.
Yes, he did.
He showed the league what a true center is about. Put that C on his chest. My chumps, and this is a big one, DK, all these clowns, and I work with 3 or 4 of them, all these clowns out here that just refuse to buy in. I took this fool's money. He betted 50 on the Rams. I said, okay, I'll take your 50. So I got 50 this morning from him. And the first thing he said, DK, was, well, Philadelphia are going to knock off Tampa Bay, so let's put up 100 next week. I said, no, bro. I only bet what I can afford to lose, so you can win your 50 back if you want to bet Philly in Detroit. We can do this, but you born and raised.
Hold on. Do me a favor. Have you made the bet already, D, or no?
Oh, no. We waiting on tonight because he's going with Philly.
Okay,
like
so he talked big mess, said Philly will put up 100, and you say, tell you what, since you are so confident in Philly, can I have Detroit say plus 28.5? That should be enough because you think they're going to score 100. So can I have the Lions plus 28.5? Like, work this to your advantage. He's talking a big game. Let's see if he put his money where his mouth is.
And DK, the sad part about it, and I told him, shame on you, brother. You were born and raised in this state, and you just refuse to get on the bandwagon like the other 85% of this state is. Give this team credit, man.
It's probably a conversation for later in the week because I don't even want to go down that road now. Let's have some fun. But the Lions-free person that bragged about being Lions-free, the struggle with that is, are they saying I'm better than you, which it would drive me nuts. And it's easy to say, but are you still Lions free today? Are you still Lions free, or are you just getting back on board because now that they're winning, you want to be a fan?
Unbelievable.
Yeah, but look, man, I mean, everybody can do whatever they want, but the only problem I had with Lions free guy was when Lions free guy treated it as if, hey, I'm better than you. I'm not wasting my time. You can do that, but 248-539-9797. Let's go to Matt in Whitmore Lake. You're next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Matt. Matt, are you there?
Okay, just fixing the phone.
Okay.
Hey, welcome and happy days from the frozen tundra out here in the outer lands. So many things to say. I'm going to cut one short and just say, God bless you, John, being the fan that you've always been.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh. I talk to people like that every second or third day. My real name is Mailman Matt, and I talk with people like that every other day. And God bless them. I love them.
Yep.
And nothing but fist bumps and high fives. Going out to get breakfast at McDonald's or with the family. The crowd was great leaving the stadium. Something I don't hear, I'm going to do this like machine gun style. The Ford family deserves better with this Dallas ridiculousness. Thank goodness Green Bay took them out of our way. Don't have to think about that stupidity. They deserve better. The fan base deserves better. The advertising base from the Ford Motor Company, they deserve better. The NFL could have fixed the problem because it was so blatant.
I don't know if they could have fixed it once it was done.
And I, that's my opinion real quick. But that's done now. It's all over. Dallas, the Dallas thing, we don't even have to concern ourselves with. Another thing I haven't heard anything about is, geez, what kind of a team would the Rams have been if they would have won?
What do you mean?
That
What do you
team was
mean?
really busted up last night.
Oh,
There was
you mean
more than one
moving
there was
forward?
one-
Yeah,
more
they
than one
lost
player,
Higbee.
one great
Higbee.
player that had something on his hand.
Yeah, Higbee, Nakua, Stafford all got banged up. Higbee's probably done for a while. It's funny because after the game, you mentioned Dallas. I can't remember which network it was. I was watching all the post-game coverage I could. Aiden Hutchinson was down on the field and said, we are so excited that we get to come back and do this next week. Now, truthfully, we wanted Dallas. They were programmed by leadership on this team. They were ready to go right the wrong in Dallas. And I love that. That's the controlled fury. That's the, okay, we got effed in Dallas, but complaining about it doesn't do us any good. They wanted to go back to Dallas. Now, admittedly, and they know this, playing at home is better, but they wanted to go back to Dallas. They wanted to right that wrong. Turns out, get the home game instead, which is fantastic. But I heard that spoke to me about leadership here. That instead of being upset about it, they were like, okay, we'll go fix this in a couple weeks. And they were programmed to do that. Now they don't have to. The programming got a little better because it's a home game. 248-539-9797. Get your Champ and Chump votes in, plus more of your open line calls. We'll get into a little bit more of the nuance from this game because Dan Campbell's my champ. And there were a lot of tough decisions that he made, and he made a bunch of right calls. We'll get to that at 12:02 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh. Scott Anderson out today. He'll be back tomorrow. Having some fun on a Victory Monday, a playoff Victory Monday, a playoff win. The Detroit Lions have won a playoff game. And to fully understand what Detroit feels like, in fact, unless you've walked in our shoes, I don't know that you can understand what this feels like. This is a goal that I don't think many of us thought we'd ever attain. Even hosting a game. Like, I want to stop, and we also need to celebrate the fact that the Lions are going to host a playoff game Sunday. Because we just celebrated that all last week going, wow, this is foreign. Now we get to do it twice. Sunday to Sunday? You kidding me? Thank you, Green Bay. Thank you. God, they smoked Dallas. I'm not a big believer in like jinxes and karmas and stuff like that, but that might have been karma, huh? 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Mike in Flint. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hi.
Hey.
You know, I initially called in after the Dallas game, and I was saying all the fans were upset, and they should have been. But I said the people that should be most upset would be the Ford family because they stole the game from us.
Yep, I remember that call.
You just said it right there. Karma is a you-know-what. And it come back and bit them, and I think Mayor Dugan should send a case of Vernors to the mayor of Green Bay to tell him thank you very much. You just put all that money back in our coffers. I'm telling you.
Well, it is incredible that we get that make good, and it just happened, and here we get another home game, and I could get used to this, Mike. I could get used to this.
Yeah. Well, I got a couple of comments. If the shoe was on the other foot and at the end of the game, do you think we would have went for the touchdown instead of kicking a field goal and thinking our defense was going to hold them? He would have went for the kill shot right from the get-go, I guarantee you.
Are you talking about on 4th and 17?
I don't care what it was. It was their last chance. If they don't get in the end zone, they're not getting the ball back, and they're going to lose.
Yeah, I don't think even Campbell would have gone for it with 4 minutes to go looking at a 4th and 17.
Oh, really?
I don't think so. I don't. I think that's a bridge too far.
Well, and the other thing I wanted to mention.
Sorry, it was 4th and 14. It was 4th and 14. It wasn't 4th and 17, but I still don't think he would have gone for it. I think
you're not going to get the ball back.
You needed to hold them. Needed to hold them. You couldn't let them get a couple first downs, and they did. Again, the first one was huge. David Montgomery caught that pass out of the backfield and made a man miss and got upfield, and that was a huge, huge play because that play didn't look like it was going to get – that was 2nd down and 6. It didn't look like it was going to get 6 yards, but he made the heck fly right by, put the brakes on, got upfield, got the first down. And then you knew they were 1 first down away because one run, let it click to the 2-minute warning, and then they went for the kill shot on 2nd down, which was aggressive, but it was the right call.
Well, the last comment I wanted to make is the game ball went to Goff, and, well, it should have. But another game ball should have went to that punter. That kid kicked the game of his life. That was just amazing. He turned that field 3 times.
Huge punt. Last one, putting him on the 8. That ball goes in the end zone, or it's just a really good punt. Rams end their last drive in field goal attempt range. And they didn't have a great kicker, but they would have got a shot to take the lead. But because Jack Fox backed him up, he's an unsung hero for sure. Although he's getting a lot of love today. He's getting sung today. 248-539-9797. Dorian, you are next. What's up, Dorian?
How are you doing today? Well, I've been calling earlier in the season. I'm telling y'all it's going to be the Super Bowl. It's going to be the Lions and the Ravens, and it's looking that way so far. But this team kind of reminds me of the 08 Cardinals team that had a discarded quarterback a previous team didn't want. They had some young receivers, and they were using a bend-but-don't-break defense in the playoffs, and got them to the Super Bowl.
Well, the Cardinals are an interesting organization because they are kind of they're kind of, in a lot of ways, like the Lions. They've done way more than the Lions, mixed in with some real ineptitude. But, yeah, some crazier things that have happened than a 3 seed going to the Super Bowl, and that's what they are. So we're in the mix here. We got our dance invite. Let's do with it what we can.
Yeah, true. Yeah, I was real shocked that I knew Dallas was going to lose. I didn't think they were going to lose first round, so that's even better for the Lions. And I think Green Bay really has a chance to beat this San Francisco. Like, they really have a legit chance to beat them.
Well, if they play that well, I mean, I'd love to see them come out firing on all cylinders. And I kind of have a love-hate thing going on with Jordan Love. I love what he did yesterday to Dallas, and I will love him even more if he does it to San Francisco. I'm getting very scared that Green Bay has done it again, but whatever. Lions are good. They don't need others to be bad to achieve their goals, which used to be the case. They're good. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Roland. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Roland.
Hello. How are you?
Hold on. Are you from England or are you calling from England?
I'm from England. I'm calling from the Lodge Freeway.
Oh, okay.
Detroit's most dangerous road.
How you doing, Roland?
I'm very good, thank you. Well, last night was my first ever American football game.
Okay, that's awesome. You picked a good one.
I did. It was quite something. I was very surprised by the uniforms, very tight-fitting.
Okay.
But I think the Lions of Detroit played an excellent game.
So, have you moved over here, or are you in? Did you come in for the game?
No. I moved to Detroit.
Okay.
A couple years ago, I always wanted to move here. It's been a dream of mine to move here, and I finally achieved it.
Your dream to move to the United States, or your dream to move to Detroit?
My dream was to move to Detroit.
Love it. And
it's a great city. You guys should be so proud.
We're pretty fired up. So,
yep.
So were you a Lions fan before you moved here, or have you just kind of figured it out since you got here?
I'm probably the newest Detroit Lions fan.
Okay.
As of last night.
Okay. Well, you picked a game that people have been waiting for forever. So how did going to this game come about?
I'm very lucky to work for one of the local news channels. And I was actually in the locker room with the team a couple days before. They all looked very fit. I knew there was a winning team. Not very talkative, though.
Well.
But Dan, he's a great guy. Met him a few times. He's very open with his questions to the press. And, just so proud to be in Detroit. I love the city, love the people, love the pizza.
All right. Well, we appreciate. Welcome to Lions bandwagon.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. Yep. I think I've learned a lot more about the game, which was nothing before last night. I still don't understand it at all. I got to be honest.
Well, but you understand enough to know that last night was good.
It was it was electric.
Yes,
more than electric.
All right. Cheerio, Roland.
Thanks, buddy. See you again.
That was great. Sure. Roland from England's on board the bandwagon. Here's some texts that come in. Champ Lions football team chumped the refs for screwing Decker again. And when are we going to stop holding our breath? When are we going to stop holding our breath after every defensive stop, waiting for a flag to fly? Yeah, there was one, that hold. When Hutchinson got the hold, I thought this is going to be illegal hands to the face, because it's always illegal hands to the face. Or illegal, whatever they're called. After 5 yards, whatever they call that. I'm blanking. Did anyone else notice how disinterested Cooper Kupp looked last night? He wasn't finishing routes, wasn't blocking. He just looked frustrated. I'm not sure what's going on. Stafford looked frustrated that he had to keep moving on from him to the other side. That's from Don and Kyle. Kupp was frustrated. It's because Nakua he's the man. God, he was good. 248-539-9797. All right. Campbell had some tough decisions to make, and he seemed like he always made the right one. We'll get to that at 12:02 here on 97.1. Okay. I do want to address what Stafford said at some point. I promise we get to Campbell, but at some point I'm going to bring it up. I think there's either some hypocrisy on his part or more to the story. And I'm willing to not immediately impugn this person. But it could be, it's one of the things that kind of bothers me. And he might have just played right into it. But we'll get to that a little bit later on. Campbell, Dan Campbell. Okay, so the whole biting kneecaps, aggressive. You know, I think people perceive him from the outside as sort of a meathead Neanderthal persona. But the reality is he's got a lot of depth to him. And we in Detroit have come to understand that. Boy, he had some tough decisions to make. And it seemed like he hit on almost all of them. First, the 3rd and 4 hold that he decided to back up the Rams and give him another shot at moving the chains, but figured I can move him out of field goal range here. Which, I mean, maybe it seems like an easy call, but that's not an easy call. Because you've got a chance for them from the 34, looking at 4th and 4. So that's a 52-yard field goal, 52-yard field goal, which is makeable. Campbell decides to back him up. And ideally, you're hoping, all right, make it 63-yard field goal, 62-yard field goal, out of field goal range. But a short completion puts him right back in makeable long field goal range. And a short completion is kind of easy on 3rd and 14. But when you get it to, they get another crack at moving the chains, you're running the risk of them either A, scoring a touchdown, or B, getting a walk-off field goal. But he backed him up, believed in his defense, and that's when Cam Sutton was in coverage on Puka Nacua. Cam Sutton, who unfortunately got toasted earlier on that 3rd and 1, where I get it, man, it's 3rd and 1. You don't want to give up an easy completion for a first down, but he fell for the double move, jumped the route to try and keep the first down, gave up a touchdown instead. It's a tough position to play, but you got to have a short memory. Cam Sutton was manned up on Puka Nacua on 3rd and 14 and forced the incompletion. Did he get away with a little tug of the jersey? Yeah, that stuff happens. It's not reviewable. And if the refs don't have a clear look at it, it is what it is. But he made the right call there. And then the call at the 2-minute warning to throw, when Rams have one timeout, do you make him use a timeout and make a one play to get the first down? I think Campbell, and I can't wait to talk to Goff about it and hear Campbell this week, decided we got 2 shots to go 8 yards. And if we get this first down, it's game over, man. And it was 9 yards. And they called a play that Campbell told the story about Jared Goff coming into his office after the game, and they were laughing and celebrating and reliving it. And Campbell said to Goff, how many times have we practiced that play? That go-win route to Amon-Ra St. Brown, as he called it. And, I mean, it's a great story about sports and coaching and repetitions and copy-paste, copy-paste, copy-paste. Same thing over and over. But that was one play that Dan Campbell, he said, how many times did we practice that? So then with a chance to close out a playoff game, they called that play, this play that they've run over and over and over again. And I want to get into all the nuance of that play with Jared Goff tomorrow. Okay, is it, you say it's a go-win route, it feels to me like, okay, we got man coverage, just go get open. And is Jared reading, and is Amon-Ra and Jared reading the coverage and making the decision that's an in-cut and not an out-cut? And when he's going to cut short of the first down, then battle for the last yard or two. Like, there's a lot that goes into stuff like this. I want to spend 10 minutes talking about it with Goff. We probably won't, but I'm going to try. Because it was, obviously an incredibly important call, an important execution, and ended the ball game. But they could have said, we're going to run it, make them use their timeout, and then try and move the chains on third down. I'm going to guess that their plan in the huddle was during the 2-minute warning, we got 2 shots to get 9 yards. We got a quarterback whose efficiency rating is high. He's completing whatever it was, 80% of his passes yesterday. Let's take the chance that he won't throw the incompletion and give them a free timeout because he's reliable. And we've got a great receiver that we think can win here. And, I mean, I want to know what the play call. These are all questions that I want to know the answer to. What's the play call? What's the second read? When Goff is looking over the defense, did he see right away that Amon-Ra was going to have this route available to him? Because this is the biggest conversion, third down conversion for the Lions, like in my lifetime. Wasn't even a third down. It was the biggest first down that they got probably in my lifetime. Because that Dallas playoff win they had years ago, that game wasn't close. They blew Dallas out, and then their game against Washington was a blowout. So there wasn't sort of that end-of-game moment to dissect and talk about its importance. You know, Michigan's 4th and 2 completion to Corum in the Rose Bowl, stuff like that. This was an insanely important play, everything on the line. They trusted Goff. They trusted Amon-Ra. I mean, I want it all on that play. But they decided to go for it there. Campbell played the right cards. And whatever the staff did defensively at halftime to get the most out of their team in the second half defensively held the Rams to 6 points. A lot of good coaching took place. A lot of good coaching. 248-539-9797. And now we get to do this all over again. We got a whole week of build-up for a game against Philly or Tampa. We get to watch the Monday Night Football game tonight with vested interest. It matters to us. Can they get the job done again and play for the NFC Championship in 13 days? That's in play. We got a team that can do this. We got a quarterback who's playing at a high level. We got an improving defense. We got a star in Amon-Ra. We got 2 good running backs. We got a tight end that gutted that out. And we got guys stepping up. Josh Reynolds, former Ram, stepped up. It was all week long, Goff versus the Rams, Stafford versus the Lions. Kind of forgot about Josh Reynolds. Man, what a day for him. Those first 2 drives, he was great. How about J-Mo winning a contested catch? Like doing the stuff that the rest, like the guys that don't have his physical skill set do to make it in this league. He's not just a speed guy. He won a contested catch. A lot of guys stepped up. And I'm so happy for Detroit. I don't think you can understand what that moment means to us unless you've walked in our shoes. It's been a long, long time. And here we sit. We got one playoff win. And there might be people around the league going, what's the big deal? In Detroit, this is a huge deal. And it's not like the team's going, that's it, work's done. Of course not. Campbell won't let that happen. But we're going to revel in this thing for a while. Because we've kind of earned it. We've kind of earned it. And you know what? Not in a figurative sense, a literal sense. That place yesterday, the Lions won in part because Ford Field and the fans that were in there helped drain the timeouts of the Rams. They could have used those timeouts in the end. I asked for the Lions fans to rain down a maelstrom of chaos on Stafford in the offense, and you did. Well, you didn't do it because of me. But you did exactly what was called for. We earned this win. Detroit, you played a part. And now, I mean, is next week going to be even more ridiculous? Because the fans that weren't there are going to want a part of it. The fans that were there understand the difference that they made. Chris Collinsworth said this place is out of control in here. Dan Wetzel tweet, there's a lot of loud stadiums in the NFL, and someone will claim is a louder one than Ford Field, but there isn't. I mean, we've talked about this forever because we know what this fan base has been through. This is like it's the perfect storm. And it's not fabricated. It's happened organically. That we have a fan base that is starving, absolutely starving. And we've said it a million times. It was a great line. It came from Kang, our producer. We don't know what to do with our hands. We're learning what to do with our hands. We yell with them. 248-539-9797. Back to your phone calls, Champ and Chump. It's Carson Anderson on a Victory Monday, a playoff Victory Monday. We get to do it all over again this week. 97.1 The Ticket. Yeah, lots to talk about in this one. And we talk with Jared Goff tomorrow. I'll see if he'll come in studio and do 4 full hours. I'm guessing not. But what a great moment for Detroit Lions fans. One that I'm sure so many are saying the same thing I'm saying. Didn't know we'd ever see that.
You might be able to get them to do it if they win the Super Bowl.
Well, we'll give it a shot, Paul. It's a great idea. Give it a shot. On top of that, here's what we'll do. We'll do like Goff for 4 hours, and we'll do Campbell for 4 hours the next day, Brad Holmes for 4 hours. We have Sheila in. Spielman. Oh, man, Spielman. All right, let's get back to the people. Danny, you're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Danny.
First time, long time. Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are you today?
We're doing great. Thank you for calling.
Great. The emotions are running high today, man. I had a couple Red Bulls, and I just wanted to say Mike Tirico said it best last night. You know, what he was relating to, it's bringing our city together. It doesn't matter about race or gender or who you vote for politically. It's just bringing our town together. I mean, it's just an awesome feeling. I can't believe it.
No, it really is. Sports can play a great role in a community. And, yeah, this is, we've often said that, could you imagine if the Lions went on like a Red Wing type streak where they win 4 championships in a period of time and are always in the playoffs? Like, I'm seeing some of these organizations and their playoff record, and you're realizing how many playoff games they've played in and hosted and stuff that we just haven't had a chance to experience. And now we're getting it.
Absolutely. I just wanted to say one more thing. I'd like to relate to something on how I feel. There's a movie called Invincible with Mark Wahlberg where he plays for the Jets receiver. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about.
Eagles, yes.
Yeah, the Eagles. I'm sorry, Eagles. The one part of that movie where his dad and him are talking, and his dad says to him, that catch that receiver made got me through the hard times, got me through the stress, got me through grinds at work of 60, 70 hours a week. That's how I feel, and I'm sure a lot of other people can relate to that. This is going to get me through for a long time. Even though it was just a playoff game, it wasn't the Super Bowl, this is going to get me through a long time. This was awesome for the city of Detroit.
So it's interesting you say that. I mean, I don't know how everybody operates. Everybody operates differently. But my whole thing as I work my way through weeks and months is put something fun on the calendar, right? Something that you can look forward to, whether it's a vacation 6 months from now or just going out with your friends on the weekend. We got something that gets put on our calendar for this coming Sunday at 3 o'clock that we can spend this entire week looking forward to. And it just does. I bet people are nicer to each other. Like people driving around Detroit, letting others merge. Holding doors for strangers. Somebody bumps into you at the bar. It's okay, son. Excuse me. Right? I mean, we're all in a good mood now. 248-539-9797. Jeff, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jeff?
Hey, Doug, first-time caller.
Well, thank you very much.
Hey, I'm one of those all my lifer Lions fans. I've been a Lions fan. My first memory was when that club-footed kicker from New Orleans kicked a 63-yard field goal to keep us out of the playoffs.
Yeah.
So it's a great day, and I'm really great day. And I wanted to call and tell you, it was really nice that I really enjoyed seeing Eminem yesterday at the beginning of the TV show.
Yep.
And I'm ready to start a new mantra, and I'm ready to turn the page and look forward to beating either Tampa Bay or Philly. So the new mantra is going to be Bob Seger. For me, it's going to be turn the page.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, we all know the 3 letters that this organization has been tabbed with, that we have carried with us for years. And again, I don't know that there's any single moment. A lot of people like to say it's dead today. To me, it's happened over the course of time where the Lions play football games, and I am not sitting there with this feeling of pending doom. Like I'm not feeling like, it's about to all fall apart, you know?
Yeah.
It doesn't have that feeling anymore.
Yeah. And the last thing before let me go is I'm kind of worried. You see Kirby Joseph, he's been taking out a couple of knees lately, and I'm worried about him getting my players' knees taken out.
That was unfortunate, and I know that there was discussion during the game. They said this is one of those hits that the players want the league to eliminate, and you don't like to see that. I don't know that Kirby Joseph is doing anything remotely intentional, but it's just something to keep an eye on. I mean, I hope that if that stuff's avoidable, that our players do avoid it, because nobody wants to be tabbed as a dirty player. And I think it's too early in his career to say that, but that was kind of gruesome. You could see that knee bend and all that. 248-539-9797. Let's go to, who do we got next here? Dave is in Plymouth and on 97.1. Hi, Dave.
How you doing? Go Lions.
Go Lions.
Yeah, I just wanted, I'm 52, lifelong fan, like everybody's been saying. Two things want to touch on real quick. The Dan Campbell statement, I mean, the high octane, all the different stuff he said. I think the statement that I resonated the most with me was the scarred to perfection. I think these guys are battle tested. I mean, even looking back at that Dallas game you were talking about earlier, the idea of repeatedly going for it, a lot of people think that was a meltdown. In a way, I think he knew it was a game that, he was putting his players one more time in certain situations and battle testing them and preparing, being a leader of men. That coupled with, Brad Holmes to come up as a scout the way he has and just become like a, A1, star as a GM is just phenomenal.
It's the most important thing that you can have, in my opinion, is a GM. Look, when we talk about over the past few years, the Lions have been in coaching searches and GM searches. And for GM, I said the number one thing, I want a guy who can draft. And for the coach, the number one I want is a guy that has the ability to get his message across to the guy making the league minimum and the guy making $25 million a year, because everybody in that locker room is a professional and they hope and want what's best for them. How do you get a guy who's got a contract that he's set for life and wants to be treated like a superstar, and the guy who wants more snaps and a bigger role with the team so he can get that big contract? How do you get them all rowing in the same direction? And Campbell's that. And the fourth down stuff at Dallas, or the 2-point conversion stuff at Dallas where he just kept going for it. I came out of that going, Dan Campbell, don't change who you are, because who you are has got us to where we are. And it has, it doesn't mean it always works. But I think the way he is with his team instills faith that in the locker room. I think people believe in this coach because of the way Dan Campbell is. And that includes, I'm going for it. I'm going for it again. And we just need to learn to live with it, because I don't think I want him to change at all. 248-539-9797. More your phone calls and feedback. Champ and Chump votes coming in. It's Carson Anderson on a Monday. Gator out, 97.1 The Ticket. You know, it's an important day honoring the legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King, and it seems so appropriate in the city that he first actually gave the I Have a Dream speech. It feels like we're living a dream that the Lions have actually hosted and won a playoff game, and my God, are getting to host another one this coming Sunday. Are you kidding me? Boy, the ball has bounced their way with what Green Bay did, and now, look, we're in the dance, man. We got a shot here. We got a shot. Tampa and Philly play tonight. The winner comes to Detroit on Sunday. On a short week, mind you. Like, they got to play the Monday night game. That doesn't hurt either. And the way they have been, playing, I love that we don't have to craft a path to victory. Look, Gator and I have done this a long time. And you sit there and you go, okay, how can it work out? And sometimes we do a lot of heavy lifting to try and find a way that our team can be successful. You know, if this and if that. and sometimes it's desperate, like if their quarterback gets hurt or any given Sunday, you're just grasping at straws a little bit. I mean, but sports are great because they're unpredictable. And so you hold on to that hope, and sometimes it feels hopeless. But we no longer have to do that. We no longer have to say, well, you know, hope Baker Mayfield gets hurt, which is a terrible thing to hope for. But you know what I'm saying? You know, if this happens, if we get lucky and this happens or that happens, maybe it'll rain. Like some of the stuff that we've had to do. And now you look up and we're just good. It's so foreign to us. And it's so great. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Chris next here on 97.1. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Doug. Go Lions.
Go Lions.
And thanks for keeping the party going, because I'm having fun just listening to you get all fired up.
Well, you know what's funny, Chris? Because last night the game ends, and I'm watching all the different post-game coverages I can find. We'll give you your time. I'm sorry to cut you off, but I'm watching everything I could possibly watch. Then I go to bed, and I'm like, okay, I got to get to sleep. I'm solo tomorrow. Gator and Kang are out. I'll be fine because this is going to be a fun show. But I start streaming the station. Next thing I know, it's 2 a.m. I'm going to the ESPN app and streaming them. Like, I'm finding everything I can possibly find. And I'm like, well, we're just going to keep the post-game party going. And so that's the whole point of today is I feel like we're doing a post-game show whatever it is, 12 hours after it ended, 12 and a half hours after it ended. But this is great.
No, it's awesome, man. I stayed up way too late myself last night. And I'll tell you, like, I'm no football expert, and I still had a great time because, like, the light show inside Ford Field was super cool. The drone lion over the Michigan train station was excellent. Yep. And kudos to the camera crew for those aerial shots because they made downtown look really good.
Yeah. Yep. Well, it does. Detroit can shine, man.
And you were talking about, like, right at the beginning of the show, you were talking about how we have a likable crew, but it's irrelevant because ultimately it's about winning.
Yep.
But I love this crew, Doug, just because it's so much fun. It's like that movie Casino, you know, Ace Rothstein. Like, he was so good and he won everything. And Nicky Santoro says, yeah, he wins, but the guy never enjoys it. He never has any fun. And to me, that's Belichick and the Patriots. It's like, yeah, they won everything. They were gods. But did he ever have fun? It's like, I've never had so much fun watching the Lions. It's like when the Pistons. Yeah, I mean, isn't it right? Like, so when the Pistons won everything, that was just a scream. And it's not just the games. Like Dan Campbell at the press conferences calling the players by their nicknames. Mm-hmm. And they have great nicknames. Like Iffy is the greatest nickname ever. and the way Dan Campbell delivers it, it's so good. So, but that one coach, like a long time ago, he was always talking about the men and their pad level. It was like so boring.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you this, Chris. He said something funny that cracked me up last night when somebody said, you know, I know you're not going to revel in this too long. And Campbell looked at him at the report and said, how you know that? Which was funny as hell because he had it with a wry smile on his face. But, you know, I hope it's a beginning and not a culmination. But at the end of the day, this team has already done a lot. And, you know, it is a fun group to cover. I don't get to cover them on a daily basis because almost everything they do is between the hours that we are here. But it's fun talking to Goff every week, and Campbell's a great interview with the morning show. And those guys, what I love, this is a subtlety that probably, again, nobody cares about. I love that we can be critical of them and ask them what the hell happened here, what the hell happened there. And they'll answer the question. They're like, well, my favorite is when I blew it. And you don't want to have to say that a lot, but when guys can just own their mistakes and get better from them. Like that's the other thing, is get better from it. I'm sure it's not easy publicly to have media dudes question everything that you do. I'm sure that's not fun when they know deep down that they could break us with their thumb, and yet we're critical of them, but they'll take it. Like most of these guys take it. Now, there's been some other stuff, but I've said this a bunch. There's no nonsense with this team. There's very little nonsense. It's not nonsense free. But woven through the years, the backdrop of the Lions was always nonsense. And there's just not a lot of it. And Brad Holmes, when he got a game ball last night in the locker room, said, look, we identified you guys based on a large part your grit. Like, it's not random chance that this group of players makes up the roster. It's by design. Dylan is in Grand Rapids, and he is next. What's up, Dylan?
Hey, how's it going?
It's going great.
Good. Yeah, I lost a feeling in my legs last night. I've been floating all day. But I was just thinking, I always say, I'm such a loyal person because I grew up a Lions fan. So just that constant letdown, you have to bring yourself up. And I'm looking around at my daughters and my nieces and nephews last night. And I'm like, we got a problem. We're going to have a character problem.
They have it too good?
We got a Yeah.
That's
It's
funny.
got a U of M national championship. The Lions win in playoffs.
It's wild, isn't it?
It is wild. Yeah, we're gonna have to be inventive on how we let these kids.
You're going to
down.
have to find another way to parent. There's no longer the professional football team that will do some of your work for you, Dylan. You're going to have to find another way to teach loyalty and patience.
No kidding. That's good.
Yep.
But I do got a champ and a chump.
Let's hear it.
So my champ is Brad Holmes. Obviously, I'm sure my wife is jealous of him at this point because I love that man. He had a vision. Campbell had the vision. They see it, and it is so much fun just watching it happen for him.
It's true.
I'm really happy for the guy. And then my chump actually is Isaiah Buggs. And I always liked Isaiah, but after Kansas won their playoff game, he tweeted out, God placed me in Kansas for a reason, something like that. About time I'm finally around some dogs.
Really?
And I thought that was a low blow. Yeah, he deleted the tweet since, but he tweeted out right away. I thought that was a low blow because, I mean, Detroit has nothing but dogs.
Yeah, it's interesting because that comment and Stafford's comment post-game when somebody said, your feelings towards Detroit, and he said, well, I'm happy for the players, which was really clear the omission of the fans. And, I want to address that because we haven't really talked about it. I don't want to, focus on the negative, but that rubbed me the wrong way potentially. And I'll tell you why I might understand. And we'll get to that today at 12:46, but I'm scared that that's kind of the worst, maybe a side of Matthew Stafford we hadn't seen come out, but we'll get to that today at 12:46. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Okay, so obviously the fans were a mission there from Matt Stafford. Now I'm going to cut somebody some slack. Season just ended, and it's kind of out of character for him to say something where, you know, he was pretty lovey-dovey towards Detroit, and he was great in our community, and I don't want to discount that. If something happened during the game, look, his wife is high profile, and his kids were there. If they had a bad experience with fans, I could see how that might make them. I don't know why he would omit the fans and the people of Detroit that supported him even when he left. The whole Detroit Rams thing was real, and I'm sure he was aware of it. And I'm not asking him to be ecstatic, but that was very intentional what he said. And so maybe he heard some stuff that really soured him, and I can get that. All right? So I'm not going to go off here. What I'm a little fearful of is that it was all lovey-dovey when it was going his way. Right? He gets traded, wins a Super Bowl. Oh, I love Detroit. And when everything's working out for you, you love Detroit still. And you have great things to say about Detroit. But if the only thing that happened is now it's not working out for you, and now suddenly you omit the fans, which he doesn't have to do it. It's not his job. He's a Ram now. That's where I'm like, okay, it's real easy to be gracious when everything's great for you. But when it's not great for you, did it change his demeanor? I'm asking the question because I don't know. And if I'm allowing for the possibility here that was a bit rough. We can be rough around the edges. And I've intentionally waited 2 hours and 45 minutes of the show before I brought this up because this could become a huge topic, but I don't really want it to. And maybe it was a mistake to bring it up at all. I do know that people want to talk about it. But just keep in mind, he might have heard some stuff that might have changed his opinion. And it might have been a tough day. Might have been a tough day for his family that maybe has him soured. But, you know, don't paint everybody with one brush. There were a lot of great, loyal Lions fans that supported you when you were here and when you were gone. Now, Matt Stafford and how he feels towards us is quite frankly not one of my priorities. I don't really care all that much. And yet, I know that it's a topic. I've seen some texts come in. So I thought we'd address it. And maybe that'll be the end of it. But I don't need Stafford's acceptance to enjoy the hell out of this. That's why I don't care. 248-539-9797. All right, let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jenny in Waterford. You're next on 97 a Ticket. Hi, Jenny.
What's up? Go Lions.
Go Lions.
I'm so excited. This is amazing. Nobody's really talking about the score, 23-24. The 2023-24 Lions kicked Stafford out of Ford Field. And not only that, but we kicked the Super Bowl champions' butt in Arrowhead on the first game. And then the first playoff game, we kicked the Super Bowl champions' butt again. And we're about to kick Tampa Bay, which is the ex-Super Bowl champions before that. And Philly was in 2018. So it's written in the stars. The Lions are going to go all the way to the Super Bowl. I'm saying a shout out to my sons, Kieran and Kyan, because Mommy said I said the Lions were going all the way. Everybody thought it was crazy. My son is a huge Chiefs fan. His whole family's from Kansas, so it's all about the Chiefs for them. And my boyfriend's parents were at the game last night. They said it was electric. It was complete jubilation. Dan Campbell's getting Coach of the Year, Man of the Year. His name means God is my judge. So go Lions.
All right. There's a lot there, Jenny. 248-539-9797. Look, Campbell's taking us to a place I didn't think we could get to. And he's proving to be more than just the bite the kneecaps guy that everybody, I mean, some people rolled their eyes, other people loved it. Bottom line is, you know, he's a hell of a coach and he's put together a hell of a staff. Let's go to Brandon next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Brandon.
Doug, hi. Well, I heard you a little while ago inquire about people who were Lions free, and I'm one of those guys. I went Lions free in 2020. I work hard all week, and this ties in with the Wolverines too. I got tired of my Saturdays and Sundays being destroyed. So I vowed in 2020 that I needed this Lions team to show me something that I've never seen before. Yes, I know that we did win a home playoff game back. That was a generation ago. So it's not so as much as jumping off the bandwagon as it is the decades of ineptitude and loss. But last night it gave me some faith back. It's okay to cheer for this team and support them and watch them, and I couldn't stand being upset every Sunday afternoon. My wife got tired of it.
So Brandon, let me just
got tired of it.
Yeah, let me just say this about the whole Lions free, the people that adopted a Lions free lifestyle. I have no issue with fans deciding how much emotional investment, financial investment they're going to put into a team. There's absolutely nothing wrong with deciding years ago you wanted to be Lions free. I had a problem with Lions free people that took on the demeanor of I'm Lions free and I'm better than you. That wanted to judge the people that weren't, which those people would call our station all the time. If you weren't taking on that demeanor, I have no issue with the way that you decided that you wanted to see them prove something, and you're open-minded to the idea you feel like they've proven something now.
I do. This was a big one. Stafford, it was a storybook. Stafford coming back. We win the division for the first time in 30 years. We win a home playoff game for the first time in 30 years. It's okay to, say, okay, I'll sit down and watch. I'll listen. I'll see what they have to say. And I got to tell you, it's for a Wolverine and Lion fan, this has been like the best week.
It's unbelievable. I've had two nights that I didn't sleep after games.
I'm looking out my window like, okay, is there green lightning? Is there locusts coming down? Like it feels good after all these years of just disappointment and, backing into the playoffs and getting it handed to you by Ohio State. It's like, it just feels good.
Well, Brandon, welcome back. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Let's go to John at Rochester Hills. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, John.
Hey, good afternoon, and go Lions. That was an exciting game last night. It was awesome.
Sure was.
And Mike, by the way, my champ is Jared Goff. I can't even imagine how he was feeling all week.
Yeah.
With the lead up to that. So I'm calling, based on some of your comments earlier, I'm calling to chump the fans on their treatment of Stafford. I don't know what people would have expected after the week leading up to this. There was a big thing out, and I'm sure he sees all this, whether he says it, he does or not. No Stafford jerseys allowed. If you got a Stafford jersey, tape over it. You guys had to trade in your Stafford jersey for another jersey going on this week. They booed him coming in. And then what? They expect him to say, oh, God, I'm so happy for the people of Detroit after he just got his ass kicked. Sorry about that.
So, John, anyway, I guess the one thing is before the game, Stafford said, I understand. I'm the enemy now.
So what do you want the enemy to say?
Well, I don't need the enemy to say anything. Like I said, I'm not particularly worked up about it. I think if he had a chance to say it all over again, I don't know that he would have said it the way he did, because it's clear that he omitted the fans. And those fans, okay, and the one thing I'll say about Detroit fans, the whole Detroit Rams thing was, I don't know that as a player you can expect that kind of support and loyalty from a team that you requested to be traded from, but Detroit really took it on. And so,
I agree. And by the way, I'm one of those guys with my one Lions jersey is a Stafford jersey. All right, I have one Lions jersey. I have some Lions shirts, but my one jersey is a Stafford jersey. What am I supposed to do? Throw it away? Those things aren't cheap.
Well, you could trade it in if that opportunity comes up. Thanks, 248-539-9797. Jack is in Livonia, and he's next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Jack.
Hey, Doug.
What's up?
You got to be having a heck of a week here, my friend.
Unbelievable.
I never thought I'd see this kind of week, a national championship, and then, yes, I'm finally on board with you. We have a real NFL team.
We have a real NFL team, and we get to be like real NFL fans.
It's glorious. It's just as Jim Harbaugh would say, it's glorious.
Yep.
You and I spoke when the Lions drafted Ndamukong Suh, and you guys were all giddy, and everybody was, and he was a great player and a good pick. Great pick, actually. He's a great player, a Hall of Famer. And my take on it was, well, we haven't won any football games yet. And we did win some games with him, but no championships. And I think that's what I see as the big difference with this Lions organization now. It's a team. Great players, yeah, they're great. But we have a team that's working in the front office and the coaching staff as a team together. And they're drafting their players, and they're proving Dan Campbell and the front office correct. And it's just so fun to watch.
Yeah, you know what's interesting, Jack? I was thinking today on the drive in about the trade deadline passing and edge rushers being moved around, and us talking about, well, I'm not quite sure that these guys fit what they were looking for in players, but B, maybe what they were looking for in the locker room. And they guys were available, and the Lions didn't get aggressive and go after them. And maybe that'll turn out to be their Achilles heel, but they've gone this far, and they're very intentional about the players that they bring into the locker room. So, maybe we're starting to understand a little bit more.
Well, what Bo Schembechler used to say, the team. One bad apple can spoil everything. And so I got to give I agree. Let them draft and pick who they want. Let them trade for who they want if they're getting character guys that fit the mold they're looking for. It seems to be working. The best thing about all this is, yes, we have a real shot this year. We have a real shot for the next few years.
It feels like that's the case. The funny thing is, the last time the Lions won a playoff game, that was how this organization was being built, as a team that could be around for a while. Lions and Dallas were going to be the team of the decade. So it looks like that on paper. Let's hope that that's the case, because it's a very familiar time. That part's familiar. Winning playoff games, not familiar. Winning playoff games and expected to be around for a while, that's how the Lions were built in 1991 when they beat the Cowboys in 92 playoffs. But, right? I mean, that's – for people who live that, I'll never forget it. These are the two teams that are going to run the NFC for the decade of the 90s. One of them did. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, Gator out today, 97.1 The Ticket. Champ and Chump, get your votes in. Lions win a playoff game. Lions host a home playoff game. That was a BFD. And then they turn around and win the thing. And now, thanks to the Green Bay Packers, the Lions get to host another one as they will play the winner of Philly and Tampa coming up tonight. And look, we could obviously do 8 hours of talk radio today, including who would you rather play, Philly or Tampa. I don't think it really matters because I think the Lions can play and beat all these teams. All these teams. I mean, there's some matchups tougher than others, but I'm not conceding anything if they win and have to go to San Francisco. I'm not conceding anything if they play Baltimore in the Super Bowl. But, hey, it feels like somehow the football gods corrected. They righted the wrong of the Dallas game. Dallas got jackhammered, blew the number 2 seed, and now the Lions can take advantage. And by the way, while we're at it, Saturday, go Pack, go. Maybe just maybe. Maybe just maybe the NFC North is the best division in the NFC. 248-539-9797. That'd be nice. Let's get back to your open line calls. We got a Tyler. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Tyler.
Hey, man. How you doing today?
Doing great.
Hey, just want to take a little off topic. Still stick with the Lions, though, but this is more directed towards the NFL. I think at the end of the year, the league really needs to sit down and find a way to have coaches able to review some of these calls that are being made that are costing teams games, not just directly at the Lions, but all teams in general. Like last night, it was a false start on Taylor Decker where we obviously didn't see anything, and we all thought it was an offsides call. There should be a way for coaches to go over to the sideline and say, hey, I want this looked at further evaluated. I just feel like there's just too many teams that are losing out on horrible officiating over the years and years.
I hear you. That seems like a real easy one that they could do a quick, they have those hyper fast reviews and they could see that it was a man in the neutral zone and not a false start. I personally, I'm not a huge fan of replay because I feel like our expectations have risen and our level of satisfaction has dropped with officiating. And so I'm like, well, let's just go back to the way it was. And yet at the end of the day, that's not likely to happen. So if we're going to have review, because that's a pretty black and white call. But
right.
Yeah.
It's just, I don't know. I just feel like it's just, there's got to be something, like even just watching the game last night, there's got to be something in the back of your head saying how it's the Lions in a playoff situation.
Cost them a possession.
How are we going to get screwed by the ref?
It cost the Lions a possession that had them on the brink of field goal range in a game where there was limited possessions. That could have been very costly. Yes, I'm super glad. I'm mad at you for bringing it up, Tyler, because I don't want it to be the topic today, but I was really happy they won the game anyway, so it didn't become the overwhelming topic today.
Oh, I agree. Have a good day.
Take care. 248-539-9797. Greg is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Greg.
Hey, how you doing, Doug?
Great, thank you.
Yeah, this has got to be a positive day, complete, beginning to end.
It feels
because,
like
I'll tell you what. I don't know if anybody noticed or not. I'm sure everybody did, but I'm sure Dan Campbell was watching Green Bay close when they started their game, and he did the same thing Green Bay did. He won the toss, but decided to receive right to start. And to me, that was a great psychological stunt. Because what it did, it told both your offense and your defense, hey, I'm totally confident in you guys. You can do it either way. And I'm going to show you that you can do it either way. And son of a gun, they did pull it off, just like Green Bay did. And then it also creates a mindset, I think, that, hey, we got to stay 2 scores ahead before halftime. Because otherwise we're going to be in trouble second half. And that's exactly what they did.
It's interesting because you don't know how the game's going to play out. It turned out to be a low possession game. The Lions had 8 possessions. The Rams essentially had 7 because the clock ran out on their 8th possession at the end of the first half. So getting the football an extra time definitely didn't hurt.
That's why it helped. It helped Detroit. I'll tell you what, without taking the start like they did, it might have been a different game.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh my God. And that was typical Dan Campbell all the way, and, don't expect him to do that next time around because he's a guy that you cannot predict.
Well, and, games are different. Matchups are different. There are different tones you want to set for a variety of reasons. So you should, you shouldn't, have a punch button answer all the time. But hey, man, it worked out. He made a lot of right calls yesterday. 248-539-9797. Jordan is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Jordan?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on today.
Sure.
I just got a quick champ and chump, and then I'm going to get off the line. I'm sure there's plenty of people who want to call in and talk today. My champ is going to go to the Ford women and all the Lions front office for just sticking through the last 10 years and holding their guns and just bringing in the right people to make the right decisions and just trusting in them and trusting in the process. Hope it translates to some other Detroit teams. And then my trumps would definitely be all the ESPN analysts, executives, producers who just hate these small market teams and just question everything the Lions have always done. So that's it, guys. Have a good one.
I don't find that is a correct characterization of how ESPN covers the Lions. Today they're choosing not to. They're going with all Dallas Cowboys coverage, which is fine. I don't really particularly care. But, I think they've been very effusive in their praise of the Lions this year. Like unprecedentedly so. I mean, maybe there's something in particular that rubbed you the wrong way, but am I wrong? We became the it team. People were jumping on the bandwagon at the end of last year and in this offseason. Feedback coming in. Unnamed texter, Champ Dan Gamble. He wrote Gamble. The difference in that game was L.A. kicking 2 field goals and Gamble going for the touchdown. That and L.A. kicking instead of going for it at the end, which we would have done, was a difference in the game. Chump Dallas, they didn't show up. I don't know that Campbell would have gone for it on 4th and 14. He might have, but I'm not sure he would have. Champ MCDC. Chump, fans who booed Stafford. He gave us everything, played through injuries, and endured a decade of futility with us, not to mention all he did for the children within our community, especially with the Make-A-Wish kids, though it was always, and though he, through it all, he carried himself with class and dignity. I'm not going to chump the people for booing because the people are doing it hoping that their team wins. And if his post-game comments were reflective of the boos, then I think it bothered him. I wouldn't have imagined that, in which case it tells me that it might have worked. Now, if you're booing him, it's nothing. You know what? Seriously, it's a classic. It's nothing personal. It's business. In fact, I would be a little bit, if with next year's regular season game, that's a little different. But again, this is so far down my list of concerns. Champ Jared F. and Goff. Chump Jerry Jones. You just hate to see it. That's from Jody and the D. Yeah, JG was great, and Jerry Jones making a run for Chump. Champ Laporta for toughing it out. Chump Dak Prescott for not giving us the rematch we all wanted. That's from Doug and Livonia. I wanted the rematch. The Lions players said they wanted a rematch. I think we'll take the home game. I'm okay with that. 248-539-9797. Carson Anderson, Gator out today. He'll be back tomorrow. 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, rev up the new year with a brand new Chevy truck or SUV from Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. As the #1 volume Chevy dealer in Michigan, Sarah Chevrolet Sterling Heights right now has a huge inventory of popular models like the legendary Silverado or the award-winning Equinox that they are ready for you to test drive and take home today. I called Sarah, was in a car for a test drive shortly thereafter. They were great. Very easy to work with. Give them a call today. Sarah Chevrolet, Sterling Heights, 17.5 and Van Dyke in Sterling Heights. Call 87-SAY-SARAH. That's SAYSERRA. Or go to saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. was a well-designed play. You know how many defensive backs the Rams had on the field for that play? One. Dan Orlovsky had a breakdown. They had all bigs, and one of them had to cover Sam Laporta. But that's you hit them with personnel, and you have versatility. And they had 2 tight ends split out there and ran a 3-man concept. And with 1 defensive back, they got the matchup they wanted. And great concept. And it didn't look like it was Goff's first read. I look forward to asking him about that because I get uncomfortable when a quarterback hits the back step of their drop. When they do and deliver right away, I feel like 90% of those throws are complete. When you have to start looking at your second and third options, the completion percentage drops. And that was a 4th down play, high premium play, had to get it done, a lot riding on it, and they did. And everything mattered. Like there was 15, 16 plays in that game where you can think of, well, if that doesn't work out or if this doesn't work out, they might not win the game. The touchdowns are easy, right? Then there's other stuff like the Jake Fox punt, the Aiden Hutchinson hold, stuff like that adds up and makes a difference in the end. Let's get back to your phone calls. Harrison, you're next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Harrison.
Hey, Doug. Hope you're doing good today.
I'm doing great.
So my wife this year has kind of gotten interested in football, watching the Lions. She's asked a lot of good questions. She's learning a lot. But last night during the game, I kind of found myself watching it like in slow motion and not understanding things as they happen. So the first time out of the second half happens. And I didn't really grip like what that meant right away. And my wife goes, "Oh, they had to burn a timeout. That's bad."
I like it.
And I'm staring at her. I was like, God, I love you so much. And then it was the end of the game, the first down to St. Brown. I didn't realize that sealed it.
Oh,
and
really?
I'm standing there. I'm pumped about not immediately because it was so overwhelming, and I'm just like trying to how can in the back of my mind, I'm like, how can the Rams get the ball back with that timeout still? And I don't know. I'm panicking. I'm thinking they're still going to blow it. And first down happens, and my wife stands up and she goes, "See ya." And I was like, and then I saw Craig Reynolds on the field. I'm like, why is Campbell going to have Craig Reynolds carry the ball? And it was victory formation.
Right.
I'm like, oh my God, the game's over.
Yep.
There were a couple moments in that game where I was slow to process because none of us have ever been there. But it was kind of a surreal. I mean, I'm sure for everybody it was a surreal experience. And,
it's funny because Harrison, first of all, the games are so damn intense that we know, and you can lose a lot in the moment because we're not accustomed to it. These are big football games. I'm sure I was like everybody else when the Lions got the football back. You start doing the 40 seconds. We got 40 seconds to kill every play. They're going to run the clock down. They've got 1 timeout. There's a 2-minute warning. How's this going to shake down? And yeah, there were a lot of people, I think, probably like me, adding up the 40 seconds. Then you're like 5 or 6 seconds per play. And you're like, they might be able to do this with 2 first downs. And sure enough, that's exactly what they did.
I did want to get one other take from you real quick. I don't really understand. Did you see Stafford's eyes when his head bounced off the turf?
Yep.
Yeah, how was he not from a competitive standpoint, I would have booed him too if I was there, but how is he allowed to go back in that game? If that's not a concussion, I don't really know what is.
Yeah, I mean, I've learned long ago when it comes to concussions, based on what you see on television, is not a way to diagnose them. That look, the fencing that people get. I've talked to a lot of people, okay, that work in the medical field. It's tough to diagnose a concussion. And so I hear you, but it looked like it was. But, as a reporter, a sideline reporter for all those years, I learned you're not supposed to do that, and I'm not going to start now. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Kirk. You're next on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Kirk?
What's up, Doug?
How you doing,
I just wanted to make another point on Badgley. I mean, career 43% field goal kicker from distances beyond 50 yards.
Yep.
And he drills it.
Yep.
Just impressive for him, and the organization to make the move from Patterson because he isn't hitting that field goal. And for all intents and purposes, that won the game. And then, again, just kudos to the, Campbell and Brad Holmes for making a move during the season to get to him. Another point I wanted to make, too, real quick, that go-win route was the same route I believe they ran to beat the Vikings back in 21. So it's kind of like a full circle moment there, which is just, kind of cool, in my opinion.
Yeah, maybe I'll ask Jared about that tomorrow because that play, so much was riding on it. And to do it, by the way, on second down is, they decided we got 2 downs to get a first down, and we get a first down, we're winning the game. So let's go all in. And I just love their quote afterwards. How many times did we practice that? How many times did we do that? And yeah, it's a great moment, and all the nuance that goes into that play, I want to hear it all. I want to hear it all because when they got that first down and the realization set in that the Lions are going to win a playoff game, I was like, this is incredible. This is what it feels like.
It has been a great week for Detroit sports fans, whether you're, kind of just the, Lions free person or whatever. It's just, it's sports heaven right now.
It's been awesome. Thank you. 248-539-9797. Who do we got next here? We go to Ryan. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, Ryan?
Hey, man. How you doing today?
Doing great.
Me too. I tell you what, it's a good thing that I teared up on my wedding day or I'd have been a dead man last night. I was so excited watching it with my wife, and she's big into it too, and it was an absolute blast. But I'll get to my champ and chump before I go too far. My champ is Josh Reynolds. Without that first half of Josh Reynolds, how do Amon-Ra and everybody find those routes open later in the game? That's LA wasn't able to designate extra people to defend the run. He that first half set the stage for the whole game, I felt like.
Yeah, look, we found out pregame Khalif Raymond wasn't playing. I was like, okay, somebody's going to step up. And then Josh Reynolds suddenly was Jerry Rice, and catching everything and was a big part of those first 2 drives.
Absolutely. And then I have one more champ, and it's away from football. I just want to give a shout-out to Steven Izzo. Congratulations on the first points, buddy. He got that the same day the Lions win a playoff game.
2 great stories about that. One is last week they were playing a game. He was in garbage time, and he pulled up from 30 feet, which was hilarious because he was looking for his first. Yeah. And the other was the sign, the picture he took, where Wilt Chamberlain, I saw on social media, Wilt Chamberlain held up a sign that said 100 the night he had 100. And either somebody might have photoshopped this or he actually did it. It looked like Steven Izzo was holding up a sign that said 3, which was so funny. Like, so funny.
Yep, absolutely loved it.
Hey, thank you for the phone call. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Len in Chesterfield. You're next. What's up, Len?
Hey, Doug. Great show. Enjoy your shows as usual. But I just wanted to say my champ is Goff. Yeah. Although he wouldn't admit it, he had a tremendous amount of pressure on him because of the McVay, Stafford, and the Lion Doubters controversy. And he pulled us through. That bullet pass to Laporta for the touchdown, and then the last 2 throws to Montgomery and St. Brown so we could ice the game was just fantastic. Great throws, and he is accurate as can be. McVay was out-coached in that Goff's previous Super Bowl by Belichick, and, in that game 13-3. And then the next year, Goff lost Gurley and a couple of his offensive linemen. And so I think McVay tried to blame that whole scenario on him. But anyhow, and loser would be all the doubters who want to broom him before we have somebody better. I'm worried about getting worse instead of better. I just want to say, and Campbell and Goff are a perfect pair. They're not the absolute best, but they're real tough competitors and have that winning attitude.
Well, they've got a good fit here. And, you know, when you put the right people together and the right systems together, it can work. And look, Act 2 of Jared Goff's career, I hope it's better than Act 1. Because Act 1 wasn't bad. He won playoff games in multiple years, took a team to the Super Bowl. So, you know, it's funny because for Jared Goff winning a playoff game, I was watching him last night. It's not completely unfamiliar. He's done it before. Meanwhile, the entire immediate universe around him, we have no idea how to act. He's been there. He's done this. Most of us have not. And look, I mean, remember the victory over the Cowboys 33 years ago, 32 years ago, right? We live that, but it's such a foggy, ancient memory. The line that Tirico had after the game. If you want to go ahead and text congratulations to your Lion friends, feel free to do so because it'll be the first time that can happen because the last time they won a playoff game, there was no such thing as text messaging. It was a funny line. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson. Gator out today, 97.1. That's Jared Goff. That's our quarterback. Lions 24, Rams 23. And we got another home playoff game coming up this weekend, which is really the icing on the cake here. Like, it felt like the Lions had that opportunity robbed by Brad Allen and his officiating crew in Dallas. And then football gods looking out for us, right? Dallas goes down, Lions win, and now we get that game anyway. All worked out. We're in this thing, man. We're in this thing. And for people not from this community and fans of other teams that can't believe how Detroit's reacting to one playoff win, you have to have walked in our shoes to fully understand what this feels like. Because the ineptitude wasn't even about, over years and years and years and woven through different regimes and coaching staffs. And it wasn't like, not only are we never going to win a Super Bowl, we're not winning divisions. We don't host playoff games. We don't win playoff games. It was an incredibly ungratifying experience being a Lion fan and more frustrating. That was probably the overwhelming emotion that we felt. And it all culminated in the perfect storm yesterday at a chaotic Ford Field that probably is going to be more chaotic this coming weekend. Careful what you unleashed, NFL, because this place is going to be a tough place to play. It has the potential to be the best home field advantage in the NFL. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Mike is next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Mike.
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing great.
Okay. Let's start with the champs and chumps. The champs are everybody who attended that game last night.
Okay.
The crowd was epic and causing two timeouts to be called. That really helped seal the game.
Sure did.
The chumps being every arrogant. How about them Cowboy fans? Those are my chumps.
Yep.
I own a little bar in Quincy, Illinois. It's called the Little D Sports Club, Detroit-themed sports bar in Quincy. And I got a last-second ticket and drove literally what's normally a 20-hour round trip, 1,200 miles. Took me 34 hours to get back home, but worth every second of it. I just implore any fans living in the Detroit area, if they even thought about going to a game and they got an opportunity, make the opportunity. It's a once-in-a-lifetime thing. I was there by myself, yet as soon as we won, the guy in front of me just turns around crying, giving me a big hug and hugging everybody around and high fives. It's just memories that, just can't be duplicated on TV.
Maybe my math isn't working. You said it took you – did I miss something? It took you 34 hours to drive home?
It did. Well, no, round trip.
Oh, okay.
Because with the snow, I was driving through about 12 inches of snow going through Benton Harbor area coming through.
Gotcha.
And so I was traveling about 15 to 20 miles an hour getting there and then hit a snowstorm on the way back. So it took about 20 hours to get there and about 14 hours home.
Yeah, I was about to say, because the game ended about 14 hours ago. So.
I took about a 2-hour nap before the game. I slept from about 4:30 to 6:30 in the garage and then went to the game, and I'm still fired up for
it. That's great.
Yeah,
You are strong to quite strong,
Saturday
Mike.
morning.
I'm very impressed.
Have a great day. Thank you.
I'm glad they made it worth your while. 248-539-9797. Kyle is next on 97.1. Hi, Kyle.
Hey, how's it going? Go Lions.
Go Lions.
I just wanted to weigh in on that Stafford comment where he said he just wanted to thank or was happy for the players. I first of all, I love Stafford. He's super, super tough. And, we're all happy for him when he went to the Rams and won a Super Bowl and everyone was cheering for him. And I think maybe we just caught him at an emotional moment, and I don't think I think emotions talking there.
Could be. I mean, we kind of addressed that it's a tough time to speak right after your season ends and all that. And I've heard some players in those fits of frustration, they'll say stuff, but it's not ruining my day. How Matt Stafford feels about our community doesn't impact my overall vibe right now at all. It ain't bringing me down. Drew's in Waterford, and you're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Drew.
Hey, how you doing?
Great, Drew.
Good. So just a little food for thought I wanted to offer. You know, everyone kind of wanted that game against Dallas to go back in there and get some revenge. But if everything plays out, you know, we get a revenge game against the Packers at Ford Field. You know, they kind of came in there and taxed us last time. So it could play out. We could get home field advantage and a revenge game against the Packers.
Oh, we're all well aware of what a San Francisco loss would do for Detroit. Look, we got to remind ourselves, 3 seeds go to the Super Bowl. 3 seeds regularly go to the Super Bowl. It's not like we're asking the Lions to do something that's never been done before. So, it's all in play, man. This can be done.
Yeah. For sure.
Now,
for sure.
The last team getting into the playoffs, upsetting the number 1 seed, you know, it doesn't seem like a likelihood, but Green Bay played so well yesterday. You know, they're going to be a hot upset pick. I almost feel like they're going to be the Rams of this week where people are going to hop on board just because of how they looked in their last. What your eyes saw last was a great performance from Green Bay.
Well, I'll tell you what, that's a way different Green Bay team than the team we beat at Lambeau earlier this season.
Yep. They're getting better.
Different.
They're getting better. One of the youngest teams in the league.
Jordan Love found his way.
Jordan Love might be really, really good, but I guess it's to the point where, I mean, look, I don't want him to be one of the top quarterbacks in the history of the game, but if he's good, it doesn't mean the end for us.
It's true.
Yep. Thank you for the phone call, 248-539-9797. Bob's in Shelby Township and is on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Bob.
Hey, Doug. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I was having my coffee this morning, and I was watching Channel 2. Ryan Hermani was on, and he was listening and naming off all the quarterbacks that we've had over the years, names like Rodney Peete and Andre Ware, Eric Hipple, and people, you know all the names as well as I do. And he said this morning, which one of those quarterbacks would you have rather had, or last night when it came time to get that last first down? You know, and it's like when you really think about any one of those other quarterbacks, you could picture them fumbling the damn ball or throwing an interception, and the Rams get that ball and kick a field goal and walk away with the game. I mean, you could picture it in your mind, but not Goff. And I'm just,
Jared
Goff. I'll tell you what, I think it is time to put the phrase SOL to bed. I really do.
Well, I thought Jared Goff had a great game, and I think the obvious answer to previous quarterbacks is nobody. And look, it's something that it's up to each individual. Like, I think it's dead because of the way that this team plays. This team doesn't implode. It's not really about, any dragons that need to be slayed or any ceremonies that need to be held or any, win that marks it. To me, I just don't have a feeling of pending doom. That's what it is to me. Now, it's different for everybody, and that's okay. But when I watch the Lions, I no longer start thinking to myself, what's going to go wrong? It's just, I think that happens in the way that they play more than anything else. 248-539-9797. More of your phone calls, more of your Champ and Chump votes. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Dan Miller on the call. So Lions closed it out. First playoff win at home since 1992, the 91 season. How great was that, Detroit? 248-539-9797. And awesome just to relive it. And maybe the best part is we got a whole nother week of this to prepare for the next one. Let's go to Chris in New York. You're on 97 The Ticket. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Doug, how are you? Thank you for taking my call, man.
Thank you for calling.
The female caller that you had on maybe 2 hours ago, she made me call, man. I only actually started watching football 12 years ago, and I made myself a Lions fan, which sounds crazy. And I have just been the ups and downs, I think everyone knows, with this team.
Yep.
And
hold on, let me ask, where are you calling from? I'm sensing you're not from our area.
No. I'm Long Island, New York, man. Never lived in Michigan in my life. The only time I went to Detroit, I went for the Bears game in November, and I went by myself because nobody wanted to go with me. I offered to buy a ticket for somebody. I went by myself. It was the best experience of my life. This has been, I just feel like just waves of just emotion just ripping through my body after they took that last knee yesterday.
Yep.
It was just the clowning that I've got from my friends for picking this team. I think they even set me up to do this because I didn't even know about the 0-16 season until like a year of being a fan when it was too late.
So,
but just
what made you years ago, as from Long Island, New York, decide to adopt our team?
So I only watched baseball when I was growing up. Just big baseball fan. And in college, my roommates lived with 6 guys. They were all fans of a different NFL team, and every New York team was taken. So I was just going to all right, I'll be the Bills or the Jets or something. They told me I can't do that. They gave me 4 teams. They gave me the Bengals. They gave me the Bengals, the Seahawks, the Falcons, and the Lions. But they were kind of pushing the Lions, and I didn't know why. But Stafford, the Grit, Sue, Calvin Johnson, just like that team showed flashes of greatness back then in 2011. And, I don't know if maybe that was the season, but they were fun to watch. They were fun to watch. And I was like, this team, and I've been buying Sunday ticket to watch this team forever. And just yesterday was crazy. And it just, I can't even describe it.
No, that's awesome.
I mean, I'm sure everyone knows, but just thank you, man. And I can't believe people in the country don't know I can't even imagine what this means to the locals. But as someone who, like that, I'm all in with these guys for years. And it's just, not knowing much happiness with that, it's
a completely new emotion when it pertains to our professional football team. I hear you. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Greg. You're next on 97 The Ticket. What's up, Greg?
Hey, you're the man, Dougie, man. You're really holding it down solo, man. I really appreciate you.
No problem. Love it.
I just want to say really quick, my champ is from the beginning, from last year when they played the Eagles. My champ has always been Jared Goff. He is my champ. He is my superhero. He really is. He's just a great quarterback. And here's the thing that I really caught about Doug. I want to make sure that whatever we do and however we respond, that we as a fan base act with class. I know this thing is new to us, and we don't have any ground rules or how to act or anything like that. And,
we have no experience.
And we don't, and I get that, and I get it. Trust me, but I'm telling you, but because of this show here, because of you guys, and I say this, that you guys made me an educated fan and not an emotional fanatic. And so with that, I've been watching the game from the perspectives that you guys give me because they're great. So I'm able to look at it more in depth now. And so what I'm saying is, when Garrett was having his problems, you wanted to get a third-string quarterback. When the coach was making calls that you didn't agree with, you wanted something else to happen. You was upset with the GM because he didn't make moves. Where everything's been happening just because of those three people. And so I don't feel it was right that we should have booed Matthew yesterday. I mean, we could have applauded him and showed some class, and then celebrated Jared Goff by saying Jared Goff.
So, do you think, Greg? Let me just ask you real quick. Do you think it bothered Matt Stafford?
Well, here's the thing. I think the nation is becoming very, very endearing to us. And I just want to show that, our football team is rising, and we are a group of people that has class and that we know how to act with this new culture and with winning. Don't want to lose our minds. Like, for instance, when we played the Broncos, I don't know if you know what music was played, but there was artist. Yeah, I'm saying that's
I guess the one thing I'll say, Greg, is that's a little bit different than the fans. I would say to the Stafford crowd, the Stafford family, and going up to this game, and I really didn't want this to become a topic because I really honestly don't care all that much, but it's not business, it's personal. Or excuse me, it's not personal, it's business. I got that backwards. It's not personal, it's business. And it felt like Stafford knew that and understood that going into the game. And quite frankly, if the reason he said what he said yesterday was because the fans booed him, then it tells me what the fans did worked. I mean, professional athletes shouldn't be surprised when they get booed on the road. And if it hurt him and affected his performance, I mean, that's what that's what you're trying to do as a fan. Would you rather have a Matt Classy and Stafford feel more comfortable? No. And if he is hurt by that, I'm surprised. But we welcome in Jeff Rieger, who's made his way in studio and is coming up next. What's up, man?
Wow, were you there yesterday?
I was not.
It was like nothing I've ever witnessed before. You know me, I'm a veteran by now, so when I cover a game, I just go. I go in the press box. I eat some food. I don't socialize with the fans, of course. Yesterday,
you're being a professional.
Yeah, of course, yes, or really just lazy, whatever. So yesterday, I walked around the concourse for an hour and a half, just talking to people, just watching people. I mean, at times you couldn't move. It was a little claustrophobic. It was unreal. The Jared Goff chants just start breaking out of nowhere. They started booing Stafford. It was so cool.
It was really, it's funny because I said it last week or 2 weeks ago. I feel like we have an NFL team now. Like all these years we've had, our team has been listed in the standings. We've played other NFL teams. But now I feel like we're a participant in this thing they call the National Football League. And it's a completely foreign feeling. And I can get used to it. But when you start doing things like scoreboard watching playoff games, I cared about that Packer-Dallas game, couldn't believe it. I had a hockey game. One of the guys on our team brought his phone on the bench and had the game streaming. And we're all like jumping out, doing a shift, coming back and watching the Dallas-Green Bay game.
As the Packers just score over and over.
And over and over.
So they had TVs, obviously, throughout the concourse. And it's such a weird feeling, but an awesome feeling, watching a bunch of Lions fans cheering their asses off
Right.
For the Packers scoring touchdowns.
Sure.
Because, it gets you another home playoff game. That's the wild thing about this entire thing. Like, doesn't it feel like I go back to 06 with the Tigers?
Yep.
It was forever. 03 happened. It was kind of the same timeline, right? With the Lions. And it almost seemed easy. Like, you make it all the way to the World Series. They have that ridiculous layoff. They lose to St. Louis. Everything's lining up for them. Now you can maybe go beat Patricia, slay another dragon, and then who knows? Maybe the Packers beat the Niners and you get the NFC title game at home. Like, Doug, I know we're growing up quick here. I get it. But there's no reason not to think, like, screw just a playoff win.
Right.
Like, this could be the year.
This could be the year. And we got a chance. We got an invite to the dance, and it's time to make the most of it.
And an offense that's pretty good.
Already,
defense that keeps teams out of the end zone.
You can only control like yourself, but already something has bounced their way with the Packers.
Yeah.
So, I mean, anything can happen. All right, what do you got planned coming up? I assume you're just
all right. So we're on for 35 minutes, and then we have Pistons basketball.
Yep.
So we're gonna talk some. We're gonna talk Lions.
No, good choice.
And maybe do a little Lions. By the way, very quick side note.
Yep.
Did you hear the Wings yesterday? They beat Toronto. So it's a great sports day because you beat the Leafs. Nobody likes the Leafs.
Yep.
They got to Toronto at like 5.
Yeah,
they drive to the stadium, go through customs, and still win the hockey game.
Yep. I had it on one of the TVs, and I'm like, wow, look at this too. On top of all that, there was also this.
And you guys did a little something in Houston on Monday. Like, this is the best sports week we've ever seen.
Remember how bleak it was for like 3-4 years?
How about 15 years?
Yeah. All right, have a great show, Jeff. Everyone, thanks for listening. Gator will be back tomorrow. Stay safe and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Let's do it together. Here we go. I got to tell you, people, we're only on for a short time. Then we got like Pistons basketball. I want to stay on all day. How is everybody doing? That was one of the most raucous, electric, kick-ass, unreal, chill-inducing atmospheres I've ever been around. I walked around the concourse. Fans were just yelling uncontrollably. My kind of scene, actually. I was on the third level at one point watching fans walk in, and after they got the cold off them because it was bone-chilling, they all yelled. They realized what was going on. It was an unreal night, capped off by so many storylines. Brad Holmes beating his own team. Did you see the video of Brad Holmes in the press elevator? Awesome. Yelling as the doors shut. Ah! Goff sticking it to McVay. Matthew Stafford, we can get into his comments. He don't care about you, even though you cared about him for 20 years. And then you get another playoff game at home. It took us forever to get to this point. And in 3 short years, Campbell and Holmes and that front office have got you to a point where not only do you get one home playoff game, you get a second one. And by the way, the revenge tour, as Chase Winovich used to say, could continue. You already took down Stafford. See ya! Whining a little bit last night. But you could get Matt Patricia next Sunday at 3 o'clock. And then you potentially could get the Green Bay Packers at home for the NFC title game in your crib. Like, honestly, guys, I'm just going to go to the phones because we're not here for a long time. And unfortunately, we got to send it to Pistons basketball. I want to talk to you. But I'm just going to say this. Now is the time to get greedy. You've already won your division, something you haven't done in 30 years. You got your home playoff game. You won your playoff game. Now get greedy. You're going to be favored against the Bucs or the Eagles. And then hopefully after that, if you got to go to San Francisco or Green Bay comes here, who cares? Get greedy. This is, and I know it sounds quick and fast, and it's like we're moving too fast, right? It's like when you get in a new relationship. Are we moving too fast? You want to slow it down? Nobody wants to slow this train down. You legitimately could be Super Bowl bound. Who are you afraid of? Who are you afraid of? Who? It's like the movie Heat, Al Pacino. What am I, an owl? Who? Oh, my goodness, I'm so fired up. I did not go to bed until like 4 a.m. Unbelievable atmosphere. So let's just go to the phones. People want to talk. Chris is in a car. You're on the ticket. Hey, Chris, what do you think, my friend?
Hey, good afternoon, man. You hyped up on coffee, caffeine, or whiskey? Which one is it?
A little of everything. I mean, whatever
Hey,
I can
don't blame you.
I got a Baby Ruth before I drove in today to give me a little extra chocolate kick, my friend.
Hey, I don't blame you. It's much well-deserved. I'm actually on the freeway now coming back from Jackson. There was no signal, by the way, so any of your callers, if you reach Jackson, they lose your signal. What do we want to talk about? I got champs. I got chumps. I got return of Matt Stafford.
Whatever you want, whatever you're most passionate about, hit me.
Well, I don't know if you want all that. I'm one of Michigan's controversial comics, but I'll try to keep it PG like Disney. So Matt Stafford got what he deserved. He's lucky he didn't get down on a lot more than what he did. I like to thank the Ford's grounds crew for making him trip over his own cleats or whatever to cause that first tackle. You know, the boos definitely were well-deserved because, for me, my personal opinion, I always looked at him as being a mediocre quarterback. Once I knew we were getting Goff, I knew right away he was going to be the man. When I met Campbell spring training, I knew this guy reminded me a lot when I played in my days, even though I didn't make it to the level these guys do. But he was aggressive. He had the tenacity. He had the love for his players. And this is all key components of what football teams need to be champions.
Chris,
as far as my champion,
yeah, sure.
I'm going to say the Detroit Lions fans, the city of Detroit, no matter if they're in the city or throughout the United States. Personally, I disowned the Lions back in 1991
because I just seen the garbage that they had. I blame a lot of that on the Ford family organization personally, but now they have the components, and Sheila took over where her mother's husband couldn't, and the organization is thriving where it needed to be 30 years ago.
Chris, I'm with you, my friend. I mean, Sheila Ford has done a tremendous job. She gets credit. The front office gets credit. Dan Campbell gets a ton of credit. Brad Holmes has been instrumental and awesome. And by the way, how about a trade that worked out for both parties? Like Stafford for Goff and 2 first-round picks. I'd say that worked out for both sides. LA got their championship, and the Lions got J-Mo and Iffy and Laporta and others, and, of course, a quarterback that I would assume gets re-signed. 248-539-9797, the ticket text, the exact same number if you want to chime on in. Let's go ahead and pick up, is it Antoine in Lake Orion? You're on the ticket. What's going on, Antoine?
Hey, good afternoon, Jeff. How you doing? Thanks for taking my call.
Fantastic. How are you?
Man, I'm excited. Lifetime, long time Lions fan. I'm the chef of the Fork and Pint here in Lake Orion. And no matter how busy I get during my buffets on Sunday, I always got my tablet going with the game. Last night, very edifying. I'm sure it was for the rest of the fans, and you included. I just wanted to touch on a couple quick points. First thing, the offensive line. I don't hear too many people talk about it this morning. Those guys did their job. They protected Goff well enough for him to get the job done. He didn't take too many sacks. He didn't take too many pressures. He was able to do what he does best by standing in the pocket and getting the ball to the receivers. Secondly, I want to thank Dan Campbell for creating the culture that he created within that team. He has given the fans of Detroit something to look forward to. He has changed the culture. I'm excited because, like I said, I'm a lifetime Lions fan. I've never seen this before. And it's exciting. It's a very exciting time to be a Lions fan. And then thirdly, Jeff, I want to say, did anyone notice the communication between Dan Skipper and the Lions fans when they did the check-in sign? I thought that was just class. That was us sending a message.
Hey,
we're
Antoine,
on the same page.
Did you see when Taylor Decker got called for the penalty? He got so upset that he did the jersey rub to the officials as he's walking out.
That was classic. Absolutely, Jeff. It was very edifying to see our guys taking charge, the fans finally getting their money's worth. So many of us have been waiting for this, as you know. And, you know, to me, I think the fans are the champs because
Antoine, you're right.
Steadfast.
I mean, here's the other thing, and I appreciate the call, my man. Like, if you look at the fans and you look at that electricity, and everybody talked about it from McVay to Stafford to pretty much everybody that was in the building. But if you look, second half, Rams call 2 timeouts. Why? Because the fans are so loud. 2 timeouts that, by the way, could have helped them very late in the game. Let's not forget that on, 4th and 14, McVay punts the football away. Lions take the football with about 4 minutes to go. They need 2 first downs to seal this thing, right? If the Rams have 2 more timeouts, then maybe it's 3 first downs. Maybe they find a way to get the football back. Maybe Matthew Stafford goes on one of those soul-sucking end-of-the-game drives. Fans did a hell of a job. Tremendous job. It was so unbelievable. Like, nobody knew how to act, but I do think everybody knew how to act. You just lose your freaking mind. All right, we got one segment left, and it's Pistons basketball. We got Pistons, and we got the Wizards. Is that right? Yeah, I think so. I mean, forgive me. I don't care. I just don't care. Lions win a playoff game. 97 on the ticket. All right. 248-539-9797. Look at this. Michigan basketball about to win a basketball game, up 72-65. There's 28 seconds to go. The Buckeyes for a three, not going to go. Looks like Michigan's going to try to run out the clock. How about that? It's a great sports week. So I just want to point out a couple quick things, then we'll go back to the phones. I don't want to talk about Stafford. I don't think you should talk about Stafford. He don't play here anymore, and he got beat. However, it's all over the ticket text. It's all over the phone lines. People wondered what happened last night. Here's what happened. Sean McVay took to the podium, and he talked about how great the environment was, how great the intensity was, how Lions fans were booing his ass. That's what he said, and he loved every second of it. But he was happy for Lions fans, and he was happy for Detroit. Of course, he wanted to win the game. So then Corey Woods, who works for MLive, does a great job. When Stafford is up there, asks Matt Stafford, says, hey, Matt, McVay was very happy for the fans. What about you? You played here 12 years. Are you happy for the fans? This was Matthew Stafford's response. Take a listen. All right, so Matthew Stafford just told you he doesn't care about you. I mean, you can try to convince me that I'm wrong, but I'm not. He was here for 12 years. All you did was support him. All I did was rip him. All you did was defend him to me. Even so that when he went on a Super Bowl run, you bought Detroit Rams t-shirts. You were cheering him to win a Super Bowl. You were his biggest fan. All you did was be the most awesome fans to that dude, despite that guy never winning anything. And he's got the audacity to say, I care about the players. He doesn't care about you. So can we stop with the Matt Stafford? You get mad at me because I rip on Stafford. That's why I rip on Stafford. That's unbelievable. That's disgusting, to tell you the truth. You're his biggest fans, and he just spit in your face. But who cares? Because he's going home, and you're going on. Okay, did we cover it? I think that's it. Let's go to Anthony. You're on the ticket. Hey, Anthony, how are you?
Brieger, what's up, man? How are you?
Good, man. How are you?
Who cares about Stafford?
I agree, but everybody's talking about it, so I wanted to throw my 2 cents in.
Who cares? This is all about Jared Goff. It's all about Jared Goff and redemption story and what he was able to do yesterday and how the city's embraced him and how he's been the true underdog like this city has been. And he played his heart out. And he's been a true class from day one, from what? 0-13 to 1-6 to 9-8 to a playoff win at home, and we're getting another playoff game. It's about Jared Goff, and it's about the Lions. It's about Brad Holmes, Dan Campbell. Their vision, what they wanted to put on the field, and it's coming to fruition. Like, they got a bunch of dogs on that team. Who cares about Stafford?
Anthony, I'm totally with you. I mean, how about the fact...
Let his wife talk about it.
And I agree. How about there's so many great things to talk about, whether it's Brad Holmes, whether it's Jared Goff, as you mentioned. I mean, how about just the fact that you get another home playoff game? Like, Matthew Stafford is the least of what anybody should worry about. But here's the thing. Like, it just happened. You slayed the boogeyman, if you will. People were so freaked out about this game, Anthony. So you talk about it the day after, and then you move on. The bottom line is, Lions get the winner of Philly and Tampa Bay, and they get another home playoff game. Stafford's going home. I agree with you. Doesn't matter at all.
How exciting is that, to have another football game next week?
It's great. Anthony, I appreciate the call. Just being there, knowing they're going to do it all over again. Phenomenal. Here's the other thing, by the way. And I don't want to pat myself in the back, but I was on yesterday after Pat Caputo, and Pat was all about the Rams. Pat was like, the Rams are going to win. And he just kept saying Puka Nacua, who, by the way, was amazing, Matthew Stafford, Cooper Kupp, Kyren Williams. So Williams gets injured in that football game. He doesn't come back. Ron Rice, the backup running back, was the guy they were forced to use. Cooper Kupp had all of 25, 28 receiving yards. But Puka Nacua is unreal and a stud. But people were worried about the Lions secondary because of Justin Jefferson in 2 of the last 3 games. and, of course, CeeDee Lamb in Dallas, right? And everybody's worried, oh, their secondary can't hold up. The secondary can't hold up. And I tried to tell people yesterday, I'm not right often, but I was right about this. I tried to tell people yesterday, guys, it's okay if they get their yards, as long as you keep them out of the end zone. How about holding the Rams, who everybody considers amazing, right? The great offensive Rams with all those players that Caputo listed. You hold the Rams to 2 field goals in the second half. You had a 4-point lead at the half, and you made it stick. You scored a field goal. They scored 2. You win by 1. How about that? So while we're throwing out game balls, the Brad Holmes and Dan Campbell and Jared Goff, and, Amon-Ra St. Brown was so amazing, and our running backs, how about throw out some game balls to that defense? Because they found a way to keep the Rams out of the end zone. They were good in the red zone, too. 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. All right, I got to go to this guy because this guy also broke a curse. We never thought we could win a playoff game, and nobody thought the Lions could win a game with this guy in attendance. DJ's on the ticket. DJ, you were at the game yesterday, weren't you? I was watching you on social media, and the Lions won.
What up, though, my dog?
What's
happening, my dog?
How are you? How you feeling?
Good? Man, how you think I'm feeling? I'm feeling great, man. What do you mean? Like, this is the best feeling in my lifetime as a sports fan since we won a championship, man. This is crazy. I love it. So check this out, my dog. For you to ask the question, number one, let's get to what you just said. And the whole city should feel like what I just said. Screw Matt Stafford. You either with us or you get rolled over, dog. When you with us, you roll with us, we down for you. You ain't with us, move on. It's over. It's over. We have no feeling for you. So we don't care what he say, man. Go home back out to L.A. That's number one. Number two, bring them all. Bring Philly, bring Tampa, bring whoever. That's the attitude that Dan Campbell has brought to embrace this city. That's why we are the way we are. That's why we get D. That's why I say what up, though. It's our identity. We stand out. We stick out. Bring it. Dan Campbell embodies that about us. The New Yorks, the L.A., the primetime Marcus Rieger, you know they get all the attention. They kind of treat Detroit like the underdog in sports. Oh, yeah. Dan Campbell came here and said, screw all that. So let's ride. Tell them bring it. And let's roll the balls out.
DJ, I'm with you, my man. Always good to talk to you. I know you enjoyed yourself. DJ went to the game, and they won. Something that the two guys that are usually in this time slot thought was impossible. How about that? 248-539-9797. The ticket text, the exact same number. Very quickly, Jeff, you know damn well Stafford said what he said because of the reception he got when he was announced. I'm not blaming the fans for booing. I'm glad they did. But had they cheered him, he would not have been dismissive of the fans. Well, Matt Stafford is a moron then, if that's why he said what he said. Is he new? He said it this week. He's the bad guy. He knew he was going to get booed. Doug said it about 1 billion times. It's not personal. It's business. Lions fans, they love you, Matthew. It's pretty obvious, even though you don't love them. But they want to win the damn playoff game. And they did a hell of a job of booing him. And by the way, great job on the Jared Goff chants. I will say a little awkward, like Jared Goff. Jared Goff. My daughter is in studio. She's been doing the Jared Goff chant all. Do people want to hear this? Do people want to hear it? I don't know if we can do it, but she's been doing that. Here, do it real quick. Jared Goff. You're not saying anything. All right. There we go. I don't know if people heard that. But anyway, the atmosphere was so good, they booed Stafford every chance they got. And they just propped up Jared Goff. And I thought it was funny because after the game, Stafford was asked, anybody ever cheer your name like that? And he's like, I'm an old guy. I can't remember all that stuff. Let's go to Dan in Westland. You're on the ticket. Hey, Dan.
Hey, Rieger. How are you doing today?
Good, man. How are you?
Doing good. You know, I'm kind of mad that you just brought it all up, but I was calling in to give you the flowers for your show yesterday.
Oh, thank you.
The entire day. I had some errands to run. I listened to Pat Caputo's show to begin with, and then I got into you guys. And you know, you brought everything up, and it was exactly right. Kyrie and Williams' stats determined on their win-loss ratios, their win-losses against playoff teams, and everything that you said came to fruition. And I actually was going to call in and talk to Doug earlier and try to give my champ and chumps to be you being the champ and pessimistic Pat being the chump. I was so tired of hearing him and Valenti and everybody talking about how we were going to get rolled over and it was going to be a blowout and we couldn't keep up with them. You said everything perfectly. We have a good team. That's not a question anymore. We have a team that can go blow to blow with anybody. I don't want to see it. I'd rather have blowouts in our favor. But I think that last night proved it. We can win against any of these teams on any given Sunday. And I really wanted to make sure you knew that, Detroit rides with you just as well. You stick up for the team, you stick up for the players, and you say what you said yesterday, and you're going to get a good response. So thank you for believing in the team, because I was getting tired of some of the other people not.
Dan, I appreciate the call. I appreciate you. I mean, listen, people just say what they think is going to happen. They could have been right. It was a close game. But I never did understand the thought like, oh, this Rams offense is going to tear up the Lions and their secondary, but nobody ever said anything about the Lions being able to score the football. Like when they're at home or in a dome, they average right around 28, 29 points. What did they score? 26 yesterday? 24. 248-539-9797. I will say this, man. Like, offensively in the second half, it was bad. Can't play like that in the postseason, can expect to continue to win. But it was enough. It was enough yesterday. And I know everybody's first is special. It's our first, but now let's switch gears. Because this right here, what's in front of us, it's special. They could go to the Super Bowl. How about one more before we get you to Pistons basketball? Mark in Canton has been waiting the longest. Hey, Mark, you're on the ticket. What's up, bud?
How you doing, Jeff?
Hey, man.
First of all, long-time fan, long-time listener. Thing about this team, their defense really actually helped them win that game big time yesterday.
I agree.
Everybody talked about their defense before that. It wasn't very good, the secondary, this and that. They balled out yesterday. They really did. They scored 3 field goals. That's 3, 4, 8, 12 points off the board. I can't be more proud of this team ever than I've ever been.
No, Mark, and I appreciate the call, and you're right. And how about Michael Badgley kicking a 54-yarder when nobody thought that was possible, and that turned out to be a huge play because you won by 1 point. So, listen, I wish I could stay on all day and talk about this. But we got Pistons basketball coming up. It's Pistons and Wizards. Guys, enjoy the day. Enjoy everything. Good night.
This is the Detroit Pistons Tonight pregame show on the Detroit Pistons Radio Network.
Killian Hayes with a runner, and he gets it to go.
Here's your host, Chris Villar.
Welcome into the pregame. It's MLK Day. There's no better place to celebrate than our nation's capital, and that's where the Pistons are this afternoon, getting ready for a matinee against the Washington Wizards. Luke Sloan here in this afternoon for Chris Villar. Detroit looking to snap a 7-game losing streak this afternoon after Friday night's heartbreaking loss to the Rockets at Little Caesars Arena. Down 2 points with just seconds to go. Jaden Ivey had a good look from three. Everybody in the building thought it would go down, but it rimmed out, and the Pistons lost to Houston 112-110 the final. This is how it sounded. Mark and Rick on the call during a snowy night in downtown Detroit.
Throws it in the backcourt to Ivey. Ivey on the move. Will fire. That one is in and out. And rebounded by Van Vliet, and the Rockets are going to get out of here with a win. That ball spun around. Holy mackerel. It just would not go in.
Head coach Monty Williams was proud of the Pistons' effort, also proud of Ivey for taking that big shot, but he says he's not into moral victories.
I told the guys how proud I was of them. I'm not into the moral victories thing. I don't know what that means. The way they continue to show up every shoot-around, every time we get together, amped up to win a game, and then to lose like that, it's just cruel. You know, basketball, in particular the NBA, can be that way. But those guys to play the way they played without Bogey, without Cade, Stewie's first game back, Bags hadn't played in a minute. He steps up tonight. AB playing big-time minutes. He was gassed. And played all their guys, 40-plus minutes, close to 40. And they needed all of that to beat us. And I was proud of J.I. for stepping up and taking that shot.
It was an impressive effort for the Pistons against an upstart Houston team. They were without Cade Cunningham once again Friday nights. Also, Bojan Bogdanovic, he missed the game too. Those are Detroit's top two scorers. Cade, he gets 22 a game, 19 for Bojan. And the Pistons, they competed end-to-end against the Rockets, a team on the rise in the Western Conference. Like Williams said, everybody played Friday night for Houston. They're really young and also really talented. Alperen Sengun had 29 points. The guy who was taken one pick after Cunningham, Jalen Green, he had 28 points. And looking over at the box score for Detroit this past weekend, Isaiah Stewart had 16 points. He liked the way the Pistons competed in that 2-point loss, but he doesn't like the way they closed the game at Little Caesars Arena.
It was tough. I felt like we did a good job competing every quarter, holding on to the lead, getting stops. Thought we were pretty good defensively tonight, but fourth quarter, that late stretch, we allowed them to get some shots up and not get a good shot or turn the ball over.
How tough was